Labour Party, was the major prophet of this creed, a Darwinist anti-DM. There were many others: teachers, disciples, revisers Kidd, Mackinder, Pearson, etc. This repellent, debased farrago was the vision of the world of a bourgeoisie which had lost its generosity and vitality. It was no longer capable of an affirmation of man in history. Social Darwinism was a cancellation of human transcendence in favor of a mechanical sieve of things. Aristocratic and bourgeois elements merged in this decadent syncretism. Natural hierarchy, the fittest, was ensured by ruthless competition, the struggle for survival. The distance between the deadened inhumanity of this ideology of imperialism and the exuberant sweep and optimism of the Enlightenment is enormous. Lukács has written its epitaph succinctly: in the course of later development the rhetorical application of Darwinism to history becomes a straightforward apology for the brutal domination of capital. Capitalist competition is made into a metaphysical history-dissolving mystique by the eternal law of the struggle for existence. 57. The last and most ruinous heritage of Darwinism, of course, was within the Marxist tradition itself. Thompson appears to be blissfully unaware of this. Indeed, he cheerfully offers Darwinist analogies, societies as species, etc., to resolve theoretical problems today. But it is from Engels' infatuation with evolutionism that the whole disastrous aberration of a dialectics of nature and Koskiist mechanism descends. Darwinism has, in this sense, been the heaviest cross Marxism has had to bear. It has only begun to free itself from this burden in the last decades. The social and intellectual significance of Darwin in the Victorian era was thus very much more complex than Thompson's paean suggests. The new view of human nature he attributes to Darwin was, in its main social transmission, stultifying and regressive. This, if anything, was the specifically bourgeois dimension of Darwinism. It indicates, moreover, the crucial point that Thompson has missed throughout his discussion of English bourgeois ideology, and which becomes apparent again when he invokes Adam Smith's political economy as majestic proof of the ideological vigor of the British bourgeoisie. How is it possible, he asks, for Marxists to overlook this when Marx himself devoted his life's work to overthrowing it? 58. Let us set aside for the moment the incredibly impoverished vision of Marx's work this reveals. Was this really what the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right was about? The German ideology? The Holy Family? The poverty of philosophy? The titles speak for themselves. Let us also pass over the fact that Tom Nairn specifically refers to political economy in his discussion of the English bourgeoisie and its culture. Substantiating his own claim, Thompson remarks of laissez-faire economics, this was a far more systematic, highly structured ideology than is to be found in purely political or philosophical areas. The triumph of Smith's theories, and the satisfactory manner of their working, explain the comparative indifference of the industrial bourgeoisie to political theory as such. 59. This is true enough. We would be the last to deny the massive achievements of Smith, Ricardo, and Malthus. But he does not see the importance of two other phrases he lets drop when he describes Smith's thought as more truthfully not a political but an anti-political economy, and when he refers to its compelling analogies with natural process. 60. For these are exactly what demarcate it from the Baroic phase of the Enlightenment and link it to the tenets of social Darwinism. Compelling analogies with natural process expunge conscious human action from history and society. The hidden hand replaces the general will. All the difference is there in these two concepts. How far we are already from Rousseau. The good society is no longer a collective project of liberation, it is a blind automaton and men are the unwitting mechanisms of its operation. Society, moreover, is defined in the narrowest terms in this anti-political thought, it is the economic market and little more. Ricardo was of course, a greater thinker than Bentham. But this is not the issue. Political economy was not a comprehensive social thought, a total theory of man and society. It was a refusal of this, a hypnotic, monocular account of the economic system. By contrast, utilitarianism, for all its misery, was an attempt at a philosophical synthesis of some dimensions. It is for this reason that it deserves to be called the one authentic, articulated ideology with universal claims produced by the industrial bourgeoisie of the 19th century 61 precisely because of the limitations of the much more powerful disciplines of natural science or political economy, this judgment stands. The real proof that this analysis is pertinent and accurate is provided by the subsequent destiny of social thought in England. This is, indeed, the perspective which should constantly structure our perception of the past. For the momentous, overwhelming fact of British intellectual history in the last 50 years has been the simultaneous failure to produce either a Marxism or a classical sociology of any serious kind. This double absence is what fundamentally defines our cultural situation today. It is unique among major European nations. Britain alone has produced neither a Lenin, a Lukács, a Gramsci, nor a Weber, a Durkheim, a Pareto. That is to say, it has not participated in either of the two great traditions of synthetic social thought which superseded discrete political theory, economics, and history at the turn of the century. The lack of any classical sociology is still more important and revealing than the lack of any Marxism, an ineluctable consequence of the British bourgeoisie's early renunciation of any attempt to understand society in its totality, for which we are still paying today. It is remarkable that not one of the 20 or more men Stuart Hughes discusses in Consciousness and Society, subtitled The Reorientation of European Social Thought, 1890–1930, is English. Looked at either way, in terms of sociology or Marxism, it has been a record of nullity indeed shocking as Thompson finds the term. In the panorama of modern European social thought, the representative British figures Hobhouse, Ginsberg, Lasky, Cole, even Tawney appear limited and secondary. They are not to blame, there was a void where there should have been a living tradition. Meanwhile, the traditional social studies have carried on unaltered. But there has been a progressive exhaustion of vitality. Nothing is more striking than the way in which in field after field, foreigners and refugees, of very differing caliber, have been the decisive, formative influences, Wittgenstein in philosophy, Malinowski in anthropology, Namier in history, Berlin, and Popper in political theory. Their birthplaces Vienna, Krakow, Wała-Okrzeszka, Riga, Vienna. 62. Characteristically, only in economics itself has an Englishman been peerless, Keynes. The same is true of Marxism. Who would deny that the only Marxist intellectual of world eminence in Britain today is Isaac Deutscher, who was born near Krakow? It is grand facts like these that Thompson, nostalgically apostrophizing Wordsworth or Hazlitt, has never noticed. The intellectual landscape of today is, of course, terra incognita for an historian. Communism and Marxism. Jumping abruptly to the evolution of the British working class, Thompson reproaches us on a number of different grounds. He begins with an excursus into the effect of modern imperialism on the British labour movement, which is in itself admirable. His evocation of the foul politico-cultural climate of this terrible epoch, and of the tragedy of European socialism as imperialism penetrated deeply into the labour movement, is excellent. 63. He correctly criticizes a sentence of mine which suggested that the nascent socialist movement in 19th century Britain shared uniformly in the jingoism of the time. As he says, Morris, Mann and Hardy can certainly not be accused of this. However, he characteristically proceeds from this legitimate criticism to a rancorous, blanket tirade against an imaginary adversary. We are lectured for advocating the ruthless pursuit of class power, as against immediate solidarities. The phrases does not occur once in anything that Tom Nairn or I have ever written. We are attacked for ignoring the internationalist life cycle, of the British left, India, Spanish Civil War, German rearmament, Cyprus. Yet I specifically referred to the liberal tradition of altruistic international campaigns and origins of the present crisis, and went on to devote an entire section of the left in the 50s to analyzing this phenomenon, from the campaign against the slave trade down to campaign against nuclear disarmament instead of merely gesturing at it, as Thompson does. We are accused of suggesting that the left has been offered throughout the last 80 years, the clear alternatives of developing a hegemonic strategy, aimed at the conquest of class power, again, or of capitulation to capitalist forms. 64 Yet the whole of our historical analysis of the labor movement was devoted to explaining why there was never any chance of there being a hegemonic strategy available to the left in Britain and to setting out the structural reasons for this. We are reprimanded for failing to see the evident returns of reformism to the working class after Chartism. Yet I wrote explicitly, the rapidly increasing surplus of the economy, after the first period of capital accumulation, allowed substantial increases in wage levels to be granted by the employers. This provided the economic basis for the reformism of the period. 65 In other words, Thompson's general accusations against us are, to use his own term, moonshine. They merely testify to his uncontrollable need to caricature the opponent. He ends, however, with a specific objection which is valuable and forceful. This is simply that, in our account of the modern British labour movement, we have ignored the role of communism. He is surely right to remind us vigorously of the important influence of the British Communist Party at certain critical stages of the history of the labour movement. Our own generation is perhaps particularly prone to make the mistake of underestimating it. But it is also probably true that this mistake is widespread among socialists today. One must therefore welcome the prospect of a debate on this theme. Thompson says dramatically, but perhaps with just a shade of convenient relief, that those of us who have lived the experience will never be able to hold it at the distance requisite for analysis. 66 Unfortunately, his own summary invocation of the role of the Communist Party in British politics tends to bear this out. For, having correctly rebuked us for the error of ignoring communism in Britain, he promptly goes overboard in the opposite direction, and wildly exaggerates its role. Once again, the temptation of a literary flourish cancels any sense of proportion or prudence. Style dictates content, with as so often before disastrous results. To discuss the Labour Party without mentioning the influence of communism is, we are told solemnly, to write Wuthering Heights without Heathcliff. 67 The nemesis of this propensity for the phrase at the expense of truth is comedy. Labourism, most stolid and mundane of all political movements, becomes the tormented, romantic drama of Wuthering Heights. The British Communist Party, that modest and marginal presence, becomes the brutal, ravishing hero who haunts it. This fantasy may be flattering to former communists, prepared for guilt but anxious still to reassure themselves of power. The dark image of Heathcliff so nicely combines the two. It does not help any objective assessment of the role of communism in Britain. Thompson's subsequent remarks on the interdependence of the Labour left and the Communist Party for certain periods are much more helpful. They do not, however, substantially alter the analysis of labourism by Tom Nairn to which he so strenuously objects. For, instead of dramatising the Communist Party so sensationally, he would have done well to look at the party, not as a brooding, malignant and by implication alien force. Heathcliff was a foreigner, no one knew where from. But as a prosaic and very British organisation, for all the accusations of obedience to Moscow. These charges have had their truth, of course, but they tell us very little about the specific Communist Party of Great Britain, merely a well-known fact about the Third International and its consequences. To understand the reasons why the Communist Party has found it so difficult to break with the past since 1956, for instance, it is necessary to look, not at the compulsive historical context prevailing indifferently everywhere in Europe, but at the concrete national characteristics of the CPGB. 68 Above all, its lack of integral Marxism. Thompson at one point calls the Communist Party the alter ego of the Labour and trade union left. But he fails to see the implications of this, that the two are not so very different in nature, for they are united by a common pragmatism, which has led so often to a day-to-day routine accommodation. The two have only worked from the same ideological and, to some extent, organizational basis. 69 Because they were so similar. Thus the categories of Tom Nairn's analysis are also applicable to much of the Communist Party's record. This corner of Britain does not contradict them, it often, on the contrary, provides a curious confirmation of them. A recent critique within the party has remarked, the truth is that the Communist Party behaves in practice as a left-wing section of Labour. Its present role is similar to that of the ILP earlier on. 70. This is perhaps the main reason why there was so little rupture in the CPGB in the late 50s. As Tom Nairn has said, Britain had a very weak and limited Marxist tradition, quite unable to resist or modify the pressures of Stalinism, and why those intellectuals who did leave, like Thompson, so rapidly evolved away from their earlier positions. To quote Tom Nairn again, hence the identification of Marxism with Stalinism is especially pervasive, and marked the first important attempt to create a new and autonomous left-wing ideology, the New Left. 71. This brings us, in fact, to a fundamental disagreement with Thompson, one which stems logically from our different assessment of bourgeois social thought in Victorian England, but which can easily be settled empirically. Is there a serious Marxist tradition in Britain, or not? Is there such a thing as a British Marxism, as we can speak without hesitation of a German, Italian, or French Marxism? Thompson is evidently infuriated by our lack of veneration for our elders. Nothing, perhaps, has outraged him so much as the belief that Britain has no major Marxist tradition. Refuting this heresy, he tells us trenchantly, there has been a Marxist traffic with these shores for some time, say, 100 years. As a pattern of attraction and repulsion, Marxism and anti-Marxism permeates our culture. 72. What could be more concrete or empirical than that? He goes on to evoke the thousands of people in contemporary Britain affected by Marxism, articulate or inarticulate, and subdued to the empirical idiom. 73. To clinch matters, he produces another of those puissant tautologies, this time in italics, to lend it added force. This is an old European country. 74. Of course, Britain is an old European country. Marxism derives from Europe, therefore Britain has a major Marxist tradition. QED. What need is there of vulgar facts, beside this imperious syllogism? In another recent text, Thompson has stated flatly, there is a long and fairly vigorous Marxist tradition in England. Our island is sensitized to Marxist culture in 100 ways. 75. The awkward thing is, however, that only a few years ago, he himself wrote the exact opposite. Editing the Reasoner in 1956, he and John Saville spoke no less flatly of the weakness of the Marxist tradition in England and the weak Marxist tradition, already cast in a dogmatic mold. They went on to say unequivocally, the shallow growth of Marxist scholarship as well as the failure of Marxism as a body of ideas to stimulate and excite, must be accepted as our own failure. 76. Well, which is it to be? The long and fairly vigorous tradition, to which the island is sensitized in 100 ways, or the weak and shallow tradition, which has failed to stimulate and excite the island? Thompson's enthusiastic discovery of an ancient and flourishing Marxism in Britain where he had seen none before, shows a hallucinating capacity to manipulate facts and to rewrite history to his own convenience. This is a kind of historiography that is all too familiar. It is certainly not humble British empiricism. The empirical facts, however, are what we should be attending to. Once we look at them at all scrupulously, there is little doubt that they give only one answer. Britain has, indeed, a weak and shallow Marxist tradition. It has not produced a single major Marxist thinker in the 20th century. More than that, there has never been a Marxist culture in this country, in the sense that Marxism becomes part of the normal intellectual consensus of great numbers of writers and scholars, with 1,000 different inflections. How could there have been? The preconditions for a real, autonomous Marxism did not exist. It is a staggering fact that for 2 decades the only widely available book on Marx in English, apart from party brochures, was Berlin's haplessly ignorant and amateur little commentary, which achieved the feat of discussing Marx's work without once mentioning the concept alienation, fundamental to the whole system. This slim volume ruled unchallenged in Britain for 20 years. What sort of Marxism could exist in a vacuum like this? It is this which makes Thompson's eager remark in 1961 so pathetic. I believe that George Lichthium's Marxism and Wright Mill's forthcoming study of the Marxians provide the basis for a complete revaluation of the Marxist tradition. 77. For the starving, any crumb is manna. Mill's popular introduction, designed for American college students, with its selections from Kautsky, Khrushchev, Cardinal J. Cole, etc., becomes grand theory. Lithium's compressed account of the evolution of German Marxism down to the First World War becomes the basis for a revaluation of the Marxist tradition. Elegant and economic though his book is, I doubt if the author would claim so much for it or welcome the intellectual standards which can couple it so blithely with Mill's primer. The truth is, of course, that there is not one comprehensive and scholarly account of Marx's work in English. Meanwhile, Jean-Yves Cavet's monumental La Pensée de Karl Marx is irreplaceable, and still awaits translation, 10 years after it was written. 78. Any serious student of Marxism knows this. The debased version of Marx which has had currency for so long in England is amply suggested by Thompson's reference elsewhere, like any vulgar Fabian, to the Hegelian hangovers 79 in Marxist thought. For Marx learnt lastingly from Hegel, and a Marxism which has so obviously failed ever to read Hegel is not likely to understand much of Marx. Gramsci. In fact, Thompson's own text provides a spectacular confirmation of the weakness of his grasp on Marxist theory. In a calamitous moment, he has blundered into a discussion of Gramsci. It is a painfully embarrassing performance. He reveals an astronomic ignorance of the work he is declaiming about. There is, perhaps, nothing so unusual or shocking about this, it happens every day. It is only the tone of self-satisfied, sermonizing confidence with which he produces his solecisms that is so dismaying. It is the tone of a man who can no longer learn anything. We are rebuked for manhandling and for vulgarizing Gramsci's concept of hegemony, a treatment which, he fears, may distract attention from Gramsci's deeply cultured and original insights. 80. This pious view is supported by the following arguments. To begin with, he says, we use the terms hegemonic and corporate in exactly the same way as socialists have customarily employed the term revolutionary and reformist. 81. The folly of this is obvious. Does Thompson really think one would claim the ideology of late Victorian imperialism, consistently described by us as hegemonic, to be revolutionary? Secondly, he tells us imperturbably, Gramsci wrote, not about hegemonic classes but the hegemony of a class. Gramsci's concepts, certainly contain no warrant for their employment in the manner of Anderson and Nairn. A state of hegemony cannot be reduced to an adjectival propensity attached to a class. 82. One can only ask in amazement, has he ever read a line of Gramsci? For the references to hegemonic classes and groups form part of Gramsci's normal idiom. He writes, for instance, of the Enlightenment in these terms: gradually a new elite emerged which was not simply interested in corporative reforms, but tended to conceive the bourgeoisie as a hegemonic group within the popular forces or of the Jacobins. Thus, the Jacobins not only organized a bourgeois government, that is made the bourgeoisie the dominant class, but they did more, they created the bourgeois state, and made the bourgeoisie the hegemonic, directive class in the nation. 83. What would one say of a man who claimed, in tones of absolute conviction, that Marx never spoke of, say, contradictions? One would judge him illiterate. Lastly, Thompson asserts that, strictly, the concept of hegemony can only be related to that of state power, and is inapplicable to a subordinate class which by the nature of its situation cannot dominate the ethos of society. 84. Or, as he puts it elsewhere with the best analytic logic, only a ruling class can be a hegemonic class, and, by the same definition, a subordinate class must be corporate. 85. The only difficulty here is that Gramsci explicitly rejected this view. In one of his most famous passages, of which Thompson is evidently blissfully unaware, he stated, hegemonic activity can and must be exercised before the seizure of power. 86. He was insistent on this question: a social group may, indeed must, have already become directive before the conquest of governmental power. This is itself one of the principal conditions of the conquest of power. Afterwards, when it exercises power, and even while it retains a firm grasp on it as the dominant group, it must continue to be directive. 87. As Gwyn Williams recalls, commenting on the passage, the transfer of power cannot occur until the new moral hegemonia of the proletariat has passed from the potential to the actual. Tamburrino adds, Gramsci's remarks are not confined to the policy of the party after the conquest of power, but to the phase which precedes the conquest of power. 88 Thompson, in other words, knows nothing and has understood nothing about Gramsci. It is doubtful on the evidence how much he has actually read of him. Yet an errantly ignorant couple of paragraphs on Gramsci is his only attempt at a discussion of the whole conceptual framework of our theses. But anyone who makes an abstraction of this, as Thompson consistently does, has not begun to engage with the real intent and effect of our argument. This is, in some ways, the most serious condemnation of his essay of all. It is not just that he has omitted so much in his account of our work, but that he has misapprehended its whole drift altogether. 3. Character. For in the last section of his essay, like some bewildered Don Quixote, he rushes in a fine transport against the imaginary monsters of economic reductionism and historical monism. The site is not an unnoble one. Thompson is tilting against windmills, but the passion and eloquence of his charge has its own grandeur. Let us respect this but try to restore him to a sense of contemporary reality. His main belief appears to be that Tom Nairn and myself are incorrigible reductionists, who invariably explain away the autonomy of political or cultural events 89 by economic processes. Everything in our work, it seems, tends towards the reduction of a superstructure to a base. We are, moreover, schematic in our treatment of class, and unhealthily obsessed with power. 90 Against these crude errors, he asserts the interlacing of economic and non-economic relations and the immersion of social, cultural, and economic phenomena in the same nexus of relationship. 91 He tells us that class itself is not a thing, it is a happening. 92 And he warns us that not all history or human life is concerned with political power. The answer to these remonstrations can be short. First of all, there is not the smallest evidence that either Tom Nairn or myself are economic reductionists. Indeed, the very quotation which he uses to show this, proves the opposite. The ideological terms in which the struggle, English Civil War, was conducted were largely religious, and hence still more dissociated from economic aspirations than political idioms normally are. 93 Thompson has read this so hastily and carelessly that he has failed to see that I did not write associated but dissociated. Not only did I say that Puritanism was dissociated from economic aspirations, but even more emphatically that political idioms normally are so. This explicit assertion of the autonomy of political and cultural phenomena becomes an example of reductionism. Logically, the formulation could only be objected to by someone who believed that there was no connection whatever between Puritanism and capitalism in 17th century England and that therefore it was improper to speak even of dissociation. But Thompson clearly does not claim this, and anyone who did so would be throwing not merely Marx, but Weber out of the window. So much for the charge of reductionism. Thompson's own remarks on the relations between economic and socio-cultural phenomena are unexceptionable. If not particularly new, none of us would quarrel with them. Secondly, there is the accusation that we are schematic in our treatment of class, and write of it as if it were a thing in history, and not a relationship between men, a happening. The answer to this is that, of course we were schematic as I have shown, this was our deliberate intention. This does not mean, as Thompson seems to think it does, that we therefore believe classes are objects like rocks or persons, with a fixed, physical identity. It was merely the necessity for compression, in any brief account of English social structure over 300 years, which required the laconic use of the term about which he is so indignant. This is the reduction effected by our essays, one of scale, not of economism. The simple error of mistaking one for the other has produced a long and wearisome sermon on the autonomy of culture and the relational character of class, all equally redundant. Since we had explicitly stated that we were writing very abbreviated and compressed schemata, it is childish to object that we used shorthand in doing so. Thompson's arguments about the nature of class as an analytic category are impeccable, but superfluous. Parsons made them unnecessary 30 years ago, in his classic methodological introduction to the structure of social action. Finally, Thompson ends this section with a strong and moving statement of the irreducible importance of human life and suffering, apart from the problems of political power at any stage of history. History cannot be compared to a tunnel through which an express races until it brings its freight of passengers out into the sunlit plains. Or, if it can be, then generation upon generation of passengers are born, live in the dark, and die while the train is still within the tunnel. 94. Why should he imagine we disagree with him? We were discussing determinate questions of power and culture in our essays. They were not designed to sum up all human experience. But if Thompson had recalled anything else we had written, he would see how false his charge is that we show what he primly calls an unwholesome obsession with power as opposed to the quality of life. To take only one example, my own essay on Sweden, written some years ago, said very little about power, too little, probably. It was mainly concerned with quality of life, indeed with precisely those questions, involving the scale of society and the nature of work, which Thompson claims our thought, like a computer, is incapable of considering. 95. What has happened, once again, to empiricism? To sum up, the gist of Thompson's homilies in his last section is to suggest that we have been working with a familiar model, an economically reductionist view of English history long current, a typical specimen of Marxist orthodoxy. Yet if this were so, why does our work require such unprecedentedly protracted refutation? Only if it is saying something new. Thompson can never bring himself to admit this, but it is the only possible meaning of his essay. However, it would be unfair to assume that he is consciously aware of this, but has suppressed it. What has happened is more curious, and more interesting. Thompson has, in fact, radically misinterpreted the drift of our work. For one good reason, he lacks the theoretical compass to locate it. For what is so astonishing is that he is blindly castigating us for economic reductionism when it is plain as day that the whole bias of our work is just the opposite. It is, if anything, predominantly political and cultural in emphasis, in other words, idealist. It would be tedious to document this here. The reader can verify it by a mere glance at our essays. What is immediately obvious is that there is very little about straight economics in them, and a great deal about ideas and institutions. A Marxist historian of our own generation, James Hinton, has seen this very well, when he criticized us for the Nairn-Anderson assertion of primacy to the political and ideological factors. 96. This is the ground on which our theses were most vulnerable, and Hinton himself makes some effective criticisms of them, which I would mostly accept. Thompson, however, is at bottom only familiar with the NAR. Rowley economist Marxism current in England after the war, the Marxism of Modern Quarterly, and the Society of Labour Historians. As we have seen, he has no acquaintance with any wider Marxist universe. It is thus natural that he should immediately leap to the conclusion, on seeing our work, that this is an example of the only genre he knows. Recollections of scholastic disputes in the Communist Party historians group have doubtless haunted him ever since the 40s. In his frantic desire to exorcise the past, he has not stopped to consider the real character of the work he is ostensibly discussing. He is not looking at present realities at all. He is groping in the night of his own memories. The theoretical lineage of our work is altogether different from Thompson's image of it. It comes from the major tradition of Western European Marxism since the First World War, a tradition which has consistently been coeval with new forms of idealism, and a dialectical response to them within the evolution of Marxism itself. This distinctive movement has produced a Marxism which has always had an idealist dimension, by the canons of Engels or Kautsky. There have been three decisive moments in this complex history. In the early 1920s, Lukács, formed in his youth by Hegel and the Neo-Kantians, Dilthey, Lask, and Simmel, synthesized these influences with his newfound Marxism and produced Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein. In the 1930s, Gramsci, imprisoned in Italy, reworked the philosophy of Croce and De Sanctis, themselves descendants of Hegel, into a novel and label Marxism, which started from a theory of the superstructures. In the 50s and early 60s, Sartre, whose immediate intellectual ancestors were the existentialist Heidegger and the phenomenologist Husserl, reinterpreted the whole trajectory of his own work and wrote the massive treatise which dominates Marxist discussion today, the Critique de la raison dialectique. These are, of course, only the solitary peaks. The different histories and trajectories of many other thinkers are also of the greatest importance: Marcuse, Goldman, Della Volpe, Adorno, Bloch, Althusser, etc. A history of Marxism in Western Europe remains to be written. It would have to be, in part, a geographical morphology, showing the gradual displacement of the axis of Marxist thought from the German-speaking to the Latin cultures. The major current is not in any sense homogeneous. The preoccupations and accents of Lukács, Gramsci, and Sartre alone differ enormously. Nor is this tradition an unimpeachable one. Far from it, it has suffered immensely by its divorce from political reality and practice. Lukács wrote Geschichte und die Klassenbewusstsein in exile in Austria after the fall of the Hungarian Commune. Gramsci wrote his notebooks in prison in Italy after the triumph of Mussolini's fascism. Sartre wrote the Critique in France, in lonely opposition to the Algerian War, before which the whole left lay supine. Three situations of greater isolation and adversity can hardly be imagined. It is no wonder that the work of all these men is, in important respects, abstract and unilateral, Gramsci's least, naturally, since he had 5 years of political action as a leader of the PCI behind him. 97. It is an interesting sign that for the first time there are perhaps indications today of a counter-idealist trend within European Marxism of a potentially comparable strength and sophistication. Althusser's work has this promise. 98. In Britain, however, there has been no coherent tradition of Marxist thought at all. It is this which has made it so difficult for Thompson to situate our own work. It appears alternately to him as an inexplicable importation or as a traditional model. In fact, setting aside the question of our own theses, it is virtually certain that any creative Marxist theory in England will follow the pattern I have described. For the most advanced socialist thought in England is Raymond Williams' superbly intricate and persuasive work itself the most generous and humane idealism we have yet known. Any English Marxism will have to measure itself against this landmark in our social thought. It will only emerge from a real dialogue and communication with it. 4. Purpose. It has been seen how Thompson has caricatured the status and substance of our theses, and misinterpreted their character. There still remains, however, the most important distortion of all. He has ignored throughout his essay the declared purpose of our work, the aims which conferred on it its whole meaning. Deprived of this dimension, our theses are treated as if they were an academic postscript to the debates in the Communist Party historians group 20 years ago on the genesis of capitalism. But we were not, and this is manifest in every line of our texts, writing a contemplative history of the past for its own sake. We were trying to reconstruct it in order to understand the present. This is an ambition Thompson has perhaps abandoned. But that is no excuse for foisting his resignation on others. Yet Thompson never once mentions that the purpose of our work was to try to provide an explanation of the contemporary crisis in British society. The initial essay he attacks was actually called Origins of the Present Crisis, yet this title finds no echo in his essay. There is no discussion whatever of its concluding section, on Britain in the 50s, which is the terminus of everything that precedes it. Again, what reader unfamiliar with the original work would gather from Thompson's tirade that one of the texts he assails is Tom Nairn's essay on Thompson's own book, The Making of the English Working Class. With a singular conception of candour, is it not usual to declare one's interest? He nowhere mentions this fact. Yet this essay, in its generosity and respect, stands in overwhelming contrast to the pettiness which marks so much of Thompson's essay. After paying tribute to the greatness of Thompson's book as a work of history, Tom Nairn remarked on the inconclusive, even arbitrary, termination of the argument and the fact that only occasional, almost incidental remarks carry the reader forward in time to the maturity of the working class. 99. These reflections find no echo in the peculiarities of the English. From first to last, Thompson writes as if all this intense debate was about the Puritan Revolution, or old corruption, or the Chartists and no more. There is not even a passing mention, or rather, there is just one, of the whole theory of the current British crisis in our essays, a theory which embraced social mobility, education, culture, politics, and which was anything but economist. Yet this was the pivot of our whole discussion. It is also the part which most visibly reveals the organizing principles of the whole. Lukács wrote, "It is not the primacy of the economic in the explanation of history which distinguishes Marxism most decisively from bourgeois science, but the viewpoint of the totality 100, and this is precisely the category we have used. The method we have chosen is not to reduce everything to the economic, but to analyze the present situation as a totality, in which the determination of the crisis in each sector is to be located within that sector, and not in the base, while all the sectors together are structurally integrated in a significant whole founded by their complex social past." But Thompson is oblivious to all this. To adapt a phrase of his own, Thompson is confined within the parish of his own academic imagination. Like so many members of our senior common rooms, he has forgotten the present. The present. This was why we set out to try and explore the past, not to give pious reverence to our forebears, as so many labor historians like to do. This was why we tried to provide the elements of a totalizing and not a fragmentary history of modern Britain. This was also why we wrote provisional schemata and not compendious volumes, for to do otherwise would have been to renounce the risk and effort of analysis itself, for some safe inventory of a comfortable nook of the past. Everything here was interdependent. We were necessarily writing schemata of a unified theory of the past to comprehend the present. In other words, the whole of our work was structured towards an explanation of contemporary Britain. This was what determined its unity and its form. It should be judged in these terms. Whereas what Thompson has done is 1. To ignore the purpose of the work, which commands its method, 2. Thereby to evade its unity, and to discuss it in terms of discrete episodes, and finally 3. To fail himself to suggest any coherent account of past or present. What we are left with is a collection of disconnected criticisms, which fail to meet us on our own ground at all. To do so, he would have had to provide an alternative theory of our present situation and an alternative totalization of our past. He has done neither. But, it may be asked, why do we need schemata at all? Surely the past is best left to historians like Thompson. In time, a total vision will ultimately emerge from the slow accretion of partial works. Meanwhile, cannot the present look after itself? Alas, it cannot. The past is too serious to be left to professional historians, for it is the only solution to the cipher of the present. As long as our history remains fragmentary, our political analysis will remain jejune. This is the real charge against Thompson's kind of socialist culture. Populism. For there is an astonishing contrast in Thompson as a socialist intellectual, between the brilliance and richness of his imagination as a historian and the poverty and abstraction of his intelligence as a political analyst. The divorce between his intimacy and concord with the late 18th and early 19th centuries, and his distance and lack of touch with the second half of the 20th century, is baffling. It is a divorce that is evidently anchored deep in the sensibility, so deep that all his manifest political concern and goodwill are of little avail against it. It would be senseless and unfair to criticize him for this in itself. But Thompson has attacked us so arrogantly and self-righteously that to defend ourselves we must explain why we set out in 1964 to follow the intellectual path we did. To do so involves stating why we found the heritage of his own political thought unsatisfactory, although it was perhaps the main ideological legacy of the Review. From 1957 to 1961, Thompson wrote regular articles on British politics and the British left, first in the New Reasoner and then in New Left Review. These articles were often editorial in nature, and visibly intended to provide a lead or keynote for discussion in the New Left at the time. The contrast between these essays and the making of the working class, which was being written more or less at the same time, is staggering. For what is common to these articles is their uniform abstraction, their wandering subjectivism, their inflated rhetoric, their utter renunciation of any attempt to analyze rather than merely invoke present realities. Socialism, in them, gives way to a maundering populism. The categories of this thought are so vacuous and simplistic that it is difficult to credit that they are those of the same man who could write such overpoweringly concrete history. It will be enough to sketch the outlines of this political idiom here. Quotations will, for the most part, speak for themselves. The foundation of this mode of thought is its abandonment of any attempt to provide a serious sociological analysis of contemporary society, above all, any concrete analysis of class or social groups. This traditional aim of socialism is relinquished for a perpetual, sententious invocation of the people, that is, exactly the terminology of populism. This lachrymose, hypostasized abstraction is repeated again and again, until it comes to dominate all political discussion. Thus Thompson tells us that, it is the business of socialists to draw the line, between the monopolists and the people, 101, or that we must seek to effect a cleavage in consciousness between the great business oligarchies and the people, 102, just as we learn in the peculiarities of the English that in 1832 the thing and the people were at issue. Can one imagine Marx or Lenin writing in this way? What has happened to the tradition of the Civil War in France, the April Theses or the report on the Hunan peasant movement, when this language can be normal and acceptable? The sacred notion of the people is not only made a basis of domestic politics, but even of international politics. Thus we are told, the New Left champions a new internationalism, which is not that of the triumph of one camp over another, but the dissolution of the camps and the triumph of the common people. 103 Who the people in England or the common people in the camps are is never said, they exist only as figments in this moralistic rhetoric. The fact that the majority of the population in England in this period voted consistently for conservative governments is brushed aside in these ineffable terms. We will admit that the size and nature of the Tory majority and the character of the present Labour misleadership demand analysis in economic and sociological terms which are beyond the scope of this editorial. Meanwhile, there remains that 1 to 2% of the population who are motivated by considerations of rational and moral principle, and since our readership is to be found within this statistical bracket, it is to them that we address our final remarks. 104 What is so revealing about this passage written after a major political defeat is its open counterposition of vulgar economic and sociological analysis against lofty moral and national principle. The moralism endemic in the British left has never been more patently used as an excuse for avoiding intellectual inquiry. Analysis of political formations gets as short a shrift in this idiom as analysis of social groups. Thus Thompson solemnly puts forward this trinity of post-war evils in East and West, the establishments of power, orthodoxy, and institutions. 105 These formulations cannot even be dignified by the term journalistic. Worse, a familiar characteristic of populism, petit bourgeois attacks on politicians as such, a stock-in-trade of mystification everywhere reappears. The young people do not mean to give their enthusiasm cheaply away to routine machines. They expect the politicians to do their best to trick or betray them. 106 4. Of course, the politicians can only keep the public apathetic by pretending to want very much the same things as the public wants. 107 With a different political inflection, this is not so far from the language of the Daily Express. A corollary of this populist idiom is a curious form of messianic nationalism, where the people rather than concrete, determinate social groups are continually invoked as the victims of injustice and the agents of social change. It becomes natural to speak of the role of this people as a nation with a preeminent destiny among other peoples. This note is struck again and again in Thompson's essays. Of all Western countries, Britain is perhaps the best place to effect such a transition to socialism, and it is this event which could at one blow break up the logjam of the capital Cold War and initiate a new wave of world advance. 108 Or still more apocalyptically, perhaps without our knowledge, the key to change has been tossed into British hands and the world waits impatiently upon us to turn the lock. The materials for a definition of socialist humanism lie on every hand. Our own intellectual traditions rise to meet our needs, our circumstances are favorable. 109. There is a generous impulse behind this, it is not simply a crude chauvinism. But it can, in other contexts, easily become so. A few years earlier, at a conference on the USA threat to British culture, Thompson could publicly whip up jingoist prejudice in these terms: for a very long time the American, whether tourist, or businessman, or pettifogging academic, has been and sometimes unfairly an object for ridicule amongst our people. I do not suggest we can laugh the American threat away, but we should keep the biting edge of British humour sharp and turned in that direction. The only lasting victories will be where, whether in scholarship, or in dance tunes, or philosophy, the American substitute is driven out by a development of the living English tradition. 110 This episode explains something of the tone of his attacks on us today. At moments it is as if he were now seeking to drive out the French threat to British culture, a Marxism, tarted up with Sartre neologisms 111 etc. The damage done to the left by this kind of attitude is very great. It militates against any real internationalism, which can only be founded on a close, familiar, unjealous knowledge of the culture and politics of nations other than one's own. A purely verbal or rhetorical internationalism is no substitute for this. Indeed, it can lead to self-delusion and irreality of a dismaying kind. What is one to make of such language as this? For the first time in years, our people will feel that it is in their power to influence world events. Every pointer indicates Britain as the nation best placed to take the initiative, which might just succeed in bringing down the whole power-crazy system like a pack of cards. 112 Allied to this populism and nationalism is a moralization of all social or political phenomena, which become personified abstractions amenable to ethical exertions in a kind of debased latter-day version of Bunyan. Thus, any sociological or political analysis of post-war Britain disappears into the decade of the Great Apathy. This has been a phenomenon common to all the highly industrialized nations, irrespective of differences in ideology and social structure. Apathy is a morbid condition of the will. If we do not shake it off, Blake's pestilence will strike. 113 So much for the role of countercyclical economics and late liberal ideology. In The Peculiarities of the English, Thompson indignantly rejects Tom Nairn's remark that actual consciousness is mediated through the complex of superstructures, and apprehends what underlies them only partially and indirectly. He comments virtuously, the mediation is, not through Nairn's complex of superstructures, but through the people themselves. 114 This humanist affirmation is followed by a trumpet call to abandon the notion of a superstructure, and to rely instead on a subtle, responsive social psychology. 115 What this amounts to is beautifully evoked by this account of historical causation working through the people themselves, unmediated by social structure, political formations, ideology, or anything more than a moralistic psychology. The working people of Britain could end capitalism tomorrow if they summoned up the courage and made up their minds to do it. 116. Sick. For the objective situation is, of course, favorable for action. In one sense we are now living constantly on the edge of a revolutionary situation. It is because we dare not break through the conventions between us and that situation, that the political decay of apathy prevails. 117 Thompson's idea of an explanation of why the British working class has so far been prevented from achieving revolution takes this form: it has got no further because, being pragmatic and hostile to theory, it does not know and feel its own strength, it has no sense of direction or revolutionary perspective, it tends to fall into moral lethargy, it accepts leaders with capitalist ideas. 118 This is the subtle, responsive social psychology which is to exorcise the whole pernicious notion of a superstructure. One doubts if scholars from Tokyo to Lima will follow Thompson's advice that soon. The most bizarre aspect of this curious mélange is its utter lack of any historical dimension. No one could guess, reading these essays, that Thompson was a professional historian, let alone a major one. History never enters into them except in terms of rhetorical comparison. There is never any analysis of the structural continuity of the present with the past, described and explained historically. Rather, isolated names and episodes are arbitrarily abstracted from the past to lend moral fervor to the present. They do not have an explanatory but a hortatory role. Thus Thompson says dramatically in early 1961, as I write, delegates are returning to their constituencies, after the Scarborough Conference, and mobilizing support as the members of the Long Parliament went back to the provinces to raise their troops of horse. The struggle this year is going to be far sharper than anything we have seen for 15 years. 119 This is pure afflatus, a comparison devoid of any analytic content. Does the Long Parliament really help to explain CND, designed to raise morale? Again, a young left-wing journalist cannot be discussed without evoking William Morris. The comparison is no more than a slovenly gesture. 120 In his longest historical excursus in these essays, he repeats the same procedure at some length. The state of the English working class of the mid-19th century is statically and rhetorically compared with the state of the English working class in the mid-20th century. 121 The intervening century vanishes just as 4 centuries can disappear between the Long Parliament and the Scarborough Conference of the Labour Party. Nowhere is there any attempt at tracing the complex filiation of groups, organizations, and ideas which would constitute historical explanation. All we are left with, finally, is a vapid meta-historical myth, the long and tenacious revolutionary tradition of the British commoner. 122. The vague abstraction of this mode of thought, its lack of any ordinary empiricism, is most disastrously evident in its treatment of the left itself. For here political judgment is closest at home, and should be surest. Unfortunately, it is here that the renunciation of thought and analysis is most deliberate and complacent. A peculiar tone of false exaltation takes over from the start. At last, it is beginning to move. There are signals of a new temper among the people, Thompson was writing in 1958. 123 A few months later, he was more explicit, a new left is coming to being in this country. As yet it has neither a coherent center nor any clear policies, it is still a mood rather than a movement. It's a mood still, and we like it that way. We are part of this mood ourselves. 124 This catches exactly the tone, excitedly wallowing in its own subjectivity, proudly proclaiming the emergent left to be a mood, and itself a mood we like it that way. Somewhat later, we are told that the new left is giving political expression to a mood which is very widely diffused, and which may soon precipitate in a more specifically socialist form. 125 These categories are never dropped thereafter. In 1961, readers of The New Reasoner learned that, the thing is moving, you see. The need, the people, the mood is there. 126 The final abstraction, symbolic of the whole intellectual style, is of course the designation of the real, partial, concrete persons who make up the left simply as the thing or it, with a capital I, as in it is beginning to move. This was the beginning of one of the first editorials of The New Reasoner in 1958. In his last editorial in New Left Review in 1961, at the trough of the political reflux of that year, after the crushing defeat of the Blackpool Conference and while the disintegration of CND was accelerating, he was still writing, as if entranced, it moves forward again. Applications to join CND come into Peggy Duff by the hundreds each day. The Committee of 100 starts to count in thousands. Where are we now? If we are not at the beginning of an even greater push forward, the board will eat their copies of NLR. In schools, techs, jazz clubs, staff common rooms, CND flashes blossom as if by spontaneous generation, while the commentators drool over Mr. G's magnificent rearguard action. Thousands of people are camping outside his wrangling defensive fort and are getting ready to move forward the other way. 127 The arch, embarrassing jocosity of this passage, its simulated maidenness, is only an index of the lack of reality in what was being said. It was, in fact, an attempt to create magically what was not there. Truth is concrete apprehension of reality. The falsity of this sort of language was both cause and consequence of a failure ever to look at it. It would be unjust to blame Thompson for this idiom. The syndrome I have outlined was common to many socialists at the time. It contained, moreover, creative elements which I have omitted in this criticism of it, an emphasis on democracy, an unsectarian spirit towards the fragmentation of the left, a cultural awareness which was vital and new. The purpose of recording the faults of this whole style of discourse is not to arraign Thomson for his past. It is to show the rationale for our own work. 4. By 1964, British society was in the throes of a general, pervasive crisis and the left had disintegrated. The Impressionist, inspirational tradition of which Thomson was a leading exponent had prepared no one for this. There is not a single hint throughout these essays of the crisis that was coming. More than this, there is no serious analysis whatever of the new left which is so often evoked. This utter blankness before contemporary reality continues down to the peculiarities of the English today. After luxuriant historical extravaganzas on old corruption or Darwin, Thomson's only account of the collapse of the left in the early 60s is a mere two-word sentence. Defeats happen. So much for human agency, so much for historical explanation. Like empiricism, they are forgotten when it is a question of the present. Thomson ends his essay on a note of pure nostalgia and regression. The locust, we are told, has eaten 9 years. But saving grace, there are some of us who will man the stations of 1956 again. In 1965, there have been few confessions of fossilization as sad as this. This huge gulf between a brilliant, imaginative history and a vacuous political analysis is what we have tried to overcome. We have tried to link history bindingly to the present, and to reconstruct the continuity between the two. This has meant, inevitably, an attempt to tautalize where academic historiography has compartmentalized. Conversely, it has meant a structural analysis of the present, not a journalistic evocation of it. Whatever the demerits of our work, and there surely are serious ones, how could it be otherwise, we have attempted an integrated theory of British society, past and present. Analyses of the global evolution of the class structure, of the present crisis of British capitalism, of the nature of the Labour Party, of the character of the left in the 50s, of the predicament of the Wilson regime, of the type of socialist strategy possible in Britain. Taken together, these form a unified body of work. The movement from history to theory, and back, is what marks it. Historical analysis of the specific power structure in modern Britain founds a theoretical discussion of the specific strategy for socialism. Sociological analysis of the character of the British intelligentsia is used to discuss the nature of the new left, while a parallel reflection on the role of intellectuals in labourism leads to a consideration of their role in a hegemonic socialist party. The nature of corporate working class culture is initially derived from societal conditions of formation in the 19th century, but then permits a reflection on the problem of a labour press or youth organisation. The tradition of single-issue liberal internationalism in the Victorian era is situated in order to understand the campaign for nuclear disarmament. The point is not that these connections and interversions are all necessarily right, but they that have allowed us to approach contemporary society far more structurally and concretely than the old Impressionism, which could only do so rhetorically and abstractly. For the real justification of the theory is that it has yielded concepts that can be cached empirically, that is, which explain a wide range of facts which have hitherto hardly been noticed on the left. The old mélange contained few facts at all, only personifications like apathy, smoke and squalor, NATO-polis, or new community. We have tried to move beyond this pseudo-empiricism by looking at actual empirical reality and reinterpreting it through concepts. There is no other way to advance social science, or socialist thought. 39. 5. Summary. The argument of this reply has been long and complex, unavoidably so, since the accusations against us were so numerous and on so many different levels. It will be convenient to summarize what I have said, tersely. 1. Thomson's charges of schematism are based on a complete misrepresentation of the avowed status of the essays we were writing, which were explicitly abbreviated and provisional hypotheses, and did not set out to be anything else. 2. Thomson's substantive criticisms are discrete. A. His first charge that we ignored the capitalist nature of the landowning class in the 17th and 18th centuries is patently untrue, as the texts show. His subsequent digression on old corruption does not contradict our analysis. His second charge that, contrary to our suggestions, the industrial bourgeoisie exercised political ascendancy in Britain from the mid-19th century onwards is supported by very weak evidence, and provides no explanation for the present character of British capitalism. B. Thompson confuses the separate issues of bourgeois culture and political theory in the 19th century. We were only discussing the latter. At the same time, the accusation that we have underestimated the importance of Protestant religion as a bourgeois contribution to English culture is not accompanied by any impressive demonstration of the quality of this contribution intellectually, or any consideration of its ambiguity psychically and socially. Methodism, an ambiguity which makes it so difficult to view simply as a liberating force. Thompson's tribute to Darwin as proof of the vitality of English bourgeois culture oversimplifies the question of the social character of natural science, while simultaneously ignoring the manifestly social phenomenon of social Darwinism, a late and decadent bourgeois ideology, which had a disastrous effect on Marxism itself. Finally, political economy is proclaimed as a major articulated ideology, but its limitations both as a specialist discipline and as a reified theory, are passed over. C. Thompson correctly criticizes us for omitting all mention of the Communist Party in our account of the 20th century labor movement. But he goes overboard in the opposite direction, exaggerating its influence out of all proportion. This is linked to his sudden discovery of a major Marxist tradition in Britain, something he specifically denied a few years before. His lack of grasp on the subject of Marxism is devastatingly demonstrated by his ignorance of Gramsci. 3. Thompson's misunderstanding of the character of our essays follows from this last weakness. He has failed to see that, if anything, they are idealist, not economist, in emphasis. The reason for his mistake is his virtually complete unfamiliarity with European Marxism since the First World War. The reductionism he attacks is not an epistemological bias, obsession with the economic, but a methodological necessity of compression. 40. 4. Thompson fails to engage at any point with the whole purpose of our work, its aim to help to provide an understanding of the present. He proposes no account whatever of contemporary English society, and this absence is implicit in his failure to consider our theses as a whole, rather than as the target for isolated attacks. His criticisms thus remain profoundly academic, in the bad sense. It was the typical divorce on the left between historiography of the past and impressionism in the present, which his own writings exemplify, that led us to attempt an integrated theory of British society, past and present, however provisional this may initially be. While replying, I have tried to develop some independent theses. 1. The notion of an epical bourgeois revolution in Britain, stretching from the 12th to the 19th century, is a Ptolemaic hypothesis. It implies that capitalism can only be introduced by a classical bourgeoisie, a view parallel to the belief that socialism can only be introduced by an industrial proletariat. Both are incorrect. History has what Ernst Bloch calls a certain aparity, which allows several possible agents for a single process. 128. This interpretation restores the Civil War to its pivotal role in modern history, without characterizing it crudely as a bourgeois revolution. 2. The best evidence for the view that the industrial bourgeoisie of the 19th century was incapable of producing a creative total view of the world as opposed to sectoral disciplines is provided by the unique double failure of modern English culture to produce either a classical sociology, or a national Marxism. Given the socio-political conditions in which working-class ideology was formed, discussed in our initial essays, it is the absence of any sociology which is the great achievement of bourgeois social thought in the late 19th and early 20th century which is most striking in Britain. This is a problem, crucial to socialists today, which requires long meditation. 3. The distinctive character of Western European Marxism since 1918 has been its co-emergence and colloquy with various currents of idealism, Dilthey, Croce, Husserl, etc. The same pattern is likely to be repeated in Britain, should an Anglo-Marxism ever finally emerge. The precondition for a transcendence of this dialectic is the reunification of theory and practice in a mass socialist movement. This has not yet been achieved anywhere in Europe. So much for the issues that divide us. I have signaled many errors on Thompson's part, caricatures, misreadings, distortions, inventions. He has leapt into controversies about which he knows little, he has allowed literary flourishes to get the upper hand over sober accuracy. But this does not detract from the substantial value of the controversy which has been opened. For this reason, the peculiarities of the English must be welcomed. Thompson's essay broaches sometimes with great flair real and fundamental issues. A debate on the total trajectory of modern British society has been inaugurated. It can and must benefit us all. We are living through a somber period, the left is weak and enfeebled. It would be tragic if, at this time, it were to be rent apart by local vendettas. We must be able to ensure that by recognizing our differences publicly and passionately we are, in fact, creating better conditions for a new release of energy, a new phase in our struggle against the common enemy. Thompson's stature as a great historian is not in question. Probably no one has contributed so much, in their own field, to the historical awareness of British socialists. I trust that the debate which we have started will end by strengthening our common determination. More important battles lie ahead, in which we should be ranged together. Two commanding facts confront socialists in Britain today, dominating this moment of our history. British society is in the throes of a profound, pervasive but cryptic crisis, undramatic in appearance, but ubiquitous in its reverberations. As its immediate result, a Labour government seems imminent. So much everyone agrees. But what do these phenomena mean? What kind of crisis is it? What kind of outcomes to it are likely? Anyone who looks for an answer to these questions in the flood of recent books on the condition of England is likely to be disappointed. By and large, these offer not an analysis of the crisis, but simply an account of its symptoms. Perry Anderson. Origins of the Present Crisis. 26. These works by Schonfield, Hartley, Sampson, Shanks, McCrae I are ephemeral in the most literal sense, they have no historical dimension. Schonfield, whose book is the earliest and best of the genre, devotes 5 pages out of 300 to an explanation of the secular decline of the British economy he discusses in the rest of his book, and he is unique in offering any structural explanation at all. If one turns to socialist critics of the right or the left, the same central blankness is striking. Crossland's Conservative Enemy is in many ways an eloquent and intelligent work. It is certainly far more serious than the vulgar run of books whose theme the stagnation of Britain is the same. Yet Crossland, too, attacks conservatism in every reach and level of British society without providing a single line of explanation of the malady he denounces. No socialist writer stands in greater contrast to Crossland than Raymond Williams, whose Culture and Society and the Long Revolution undoubtedly represent the major contribution to socialist thought in England since the war. Apparently, Culture and Society is a historical work. In reality, for all its merits, it is so in a strictly limited sense. It is, in fact, a purely immanent ideological critique, consciously abstracted from the effective movement of history. The title of The Long Revolution promises a directly historical perspective, but, despite crucial insights, the achievement of the book is theoretical rather than historical. The concluding discussion of Britain in the 60s starts ex nihilo, after the philosophical and cultural analysis which precedes it. The unity of the book deliberately lies elsewhere. Yet it is surely significant that neither the technical, Crossland, Schonfield, nor the ethical, Williams, criticisms of British society today are founded historically. Does the available corpus of history and sociology make this unnecessary? Nothing could be further from the truth. We must be unique among advanced industrial nations in having not one single structural study of our society today, but this stupefying absence follows logically from the complete lack of any serious global history of British society in the 20th century. The limits of our sociology reflect the nervelessness of our historiography. Marxist historians, whose mature works are only now beginning to emerge and consolidate each other, have so far nearly all confined themselves to the heroic periods of English history, the 17th and early 19th centuries. Most of the 18th and all of the 20th remain unexplored. Thus no attempt has ever been made at even the outline of a totalizing history of modern British society. Yet until our view of Britain today is grounded in some vision of its full, effective past, however misconceived and transient this may initially be, we will continue to lack the basis for any understanding of the dialectical movements of our society, and hence necessarily of the contradictory possibilities within it which alone can yield a strategy for socialism. The present conjuncture, which offers such opportunities to the Labour Party, was neither created nor foreseen by it. If the left is to take advantage of the present situation, the first prerequisite is a serious attempt to 1. British economic policy since the war, A State of England, Anatomy of Britain, The Stagnant Society, Sunshades in October. See also the Encounter Symposium, Suicide of a Nation? 27. Analyze its real nature. To do this involves a consideration of the distinctive total trajectory of modern British society, since the emergence of capitalism. The remarks which follow will inevitably be extremely simplified and approximate notations, but their essential focus, the global evolution of the class structure, must be the anchorage of any socialist theory of contemporary Britain. The present crisis can, in effect, only be understood in terms of the differential formation and development of British capitalist society since the 17th century. The crude schema offered below is intended only to start discussion at the point where it should properly begin. 2. A history and class structure, trajectory. Capitalist hegemony in England has been the most powerful, the most durable and the most continuous anywhere in the world. The reasons for this lie in the cumulative constellation of the fundamental moments of modern English history. The Civil War of 1640–49 remains the most obscure and controversial of all the great upheavals which lead to the creation of a modern, capitalist Europe. Never was the ultimate effect of revolution more transparent, and its immediate agents more enigmatic. The view that the conflict of the 1640s was a simple struggle between a rising bourgeoisie and a declining aristocracy is clearly untenable. The current alternatives, that the Civil War was the work of a fronde of discontented squires, or that it was a sudden, transcendent condensation of faith and freedom, Puritan and constitutional, in the clear air of Stuart England, are still less convincing. The one is trivial, the other naive. Who made the revolution? What kind of a revolution was it? It can, perhaps, be said that it was a clash between two segments of a landowning class, neither of which were direct crystallizations of opposed economic interests, but rather were partially contingent but predominantly intelligible lenses into which wider, more radically antagonistic social forces came into temporary and distorted focus. Furthermore, the ideological terms in which the struggle was conducted were largely religious, and hence still more dissociated from economic aspirations than political idioms normally are. Thus, although its outcome was a typically bourgeois rationalization of state and economy, and its major direct beneficiary was a true bourgeoisie, it was a bourgeois revolution only by proxy. The main protagonists on both sides were a rural, not an urban class. The conflict between them revolved round the economic, political, and religious role of the monarchy. It is clear that the inefficient, would-be feudal Stuart monarchy was threatening by its economic exactions to cripple the expansion of the rationalized agrarian and commercial capitalism which had been maturing in England for century before 1640. It is probably, but not proved, that a majority of those landowners who were dynamic and investment-oriented sided with Parliament, and that a majority of routine and rentier landlords sided with the king. It is, however, certain that the most economically progressive regions of England were parliamentarian, and the most backward royalist. At the same time, the nature of the allies flanking each side magnified and clarified the logic of the division between them. Taking extremes, on the one side, the archaic clan society of northern Scotland, on the other mercantile capital, particularly in the City of London, this last formed a crucial component in the bloc which finally won the Civil War, providing the indispensable financial reserves for the victory. The revolution, once underway, followed the classic course of radicalization. When military victory was won, the artisans and yeomen recruited to the new model army increasingly intervened to inflect the army to the left, thus effectively severing it from the parliamentary right. But when their pressure began to threaten the franchise privileges of the landowning class itself, the landed officer elite crushed them. The military apparatus was thereafter alone in a void. The revolution had overshot the political intentions of its agrarian initiators, execution of the king, etc., but had been halted immediately it threatened their economic interests. It was in this ambiguous vacuum that mercantile capital, the only truly bourgeois kernel of the revolution, inherited the fruits of victory. The economic policy of the Commonwealth did more for its interests than for that of any other group. This anomalous outcome was the culminating product of the complexly refracted and mediated character of the revolution. Because it was primarily fought within and not between classes, while it could and did destroy the numerous institutional and juridical obstacles of feudalism to economic development, it could not alter the basic property statute in England. There was not even a serious attempt at political confiscation of royalist estates. But it could do so decisively abroad. The immense, rationalizing charge of the revolution was detonated overseas. The decisive economic legacy of the Commonwealth was imperialism, navigation acts, Dutch and Spanish wars, seizure of Jamaica, etc. Mercantile capital was its beneficiary. When political anarchy threatened after Cromwell's death, it was the city that triggered the restoration and a general settlement that confirmed it in its enhanced position. The 6 decades from 1640 through 1688 to the end of the century saw the stabilization and progressive consolidation of the gains of the revolution, essentially, the development of a dynamic capitalist agriculture and the rise of a mercantile imperialism, in a period of great economic boom. Thus the 3 crucial idiosyncrasies of the English Revolution, which have determined the whole of our subsequent history, can be summed up as follows. First, the revolution shattered the juridical and constitutional obstacles to rationalized capitalist development in town and country, monopolies, arbitrary taxation, wardships, purveyance, restraints on enclosure etc. The immediate effect of this was a dramatic quickening of the whole economy, from 1650 onwards. In this sense, it was a supremely successful capitalist revolution. At the same time, 29. However, it left almost the entire social structure intact. Second, it achieved this by profoundly transforming the roles but not the personnel of the ruling class. No social group was evicted or displaced by the revolution, rather one section of a class fought another and by its victory converted the whole class to a new type of production. For the next 100 years the British aristocracy proceeded to perfect the ruthless and richly rewarding triad system of capitalist landlord, tenant farmer, and landless agricultural labourer, which destroyed the English peasantry and made Britain the most agriculturally efficient country in the world. But no career open to talents, no enlarged franchise, no weakening of the principles of heredity and hierarchy, followed this. Landed aristocrats, large and small, continued to rule England. For at the same time, mercantile capital expanded on a new, imperial basis. It had not been the main military or political force in the revolution, it was its main economic inheritor. But it was never subsequently able to constitute itself as an internally compact and autarkic political force. Despite their rapidly increasing wealth, bankers and merchants remained a subaltern group within the ruling system, an interest and not a class. There was a constant hemorrhage of its profit and pioneers towards the countryside, as successful merchants abandoned their background, investing in estates and becoming members of the landed class. Conversely, landowners had from the outset of the revolution, and earlier, participated in colonial and trading ventures, Hampton. There was thus a permanent partial interpenetration of the moneyed and the landed interests, which simultaneously maintained the political and social subordination of merchant capital, and gave the city the aristocratic coloration it has retained to this day. Finally, the ideological legacy of the revolution was almost nil. Its most militant creed, radical Puritanism, was the great loser from the Restoration settlement. Henceforth it went into a profound spiritual recession, losing its fiery intramundane activism and becoming the innocuous private creed of a disestablished minority. The religious beliefs which had seen divine intervention justifying rebellion when it was successful, saw it also and irrevocably condemning it when the revolution collapsed and the monarchy was restored. Because of its primitive, pre-Enlightenment character, the ideology of the revolution founded no significant tradition, and left no major after-effects. Never was a major revolutionary ideology neutralized and absorbed so completely. Politically, Puritanism was a useless passion. The 18th century sailed forward into an era of unparalleled stability. The landed aristocracy had, after a bitter internecine struggle, become its own capitalist class. The mercantile bourgeoisie was contained and decanted into an honorable ancillary status. No ferment of ideas or memories remained. By a classic process of psychological suppression, the Civil War was forgotten and its decorous epilogue, the Glorious Revolution of 1688, became the official, radiant myth of creation in the collective memory of the propertied class. The Revolution of 1640 had made possible the transformation of the body of landowners into a basically capitalist class with powerful mercantile auxiliaries. It was precisely this mix which, after 100 years' maturation, set off the Industrial Revolution. Agrarian capitalism provided the economic and human surplus for industrialization, depopulating the countryside to provide investment and labor for the towns. Mercantile imperialism, dominating Asia, Africa, and Latin America, provided the markets and raw materials. The cotton industry, based squarely on control of the world market, from India, calico, to West Africa, slaves, to the Caribbean, raw cotton, launched the takeoff. The colossal industrial concatenation which followed inevitably produced its own new bourgeoisie, the manufacturing middle class of Manchester and the North. Yet the condition of its appearance in England was the prior existence of a class which was also capitalist in its mode of exploitation. There was thus from the start no fundamental, antagonistic contradiction between the old aristocracy and the new bourgeoisie. English capitalism embraced and included both. The most important single key to modern English history lies in this fact. A period of intense political conflict between the nascent industrial bourgeoisie and the agrarian elite was, of course, inevitable once the manufacturers began to aspire towards political representation and power. But this clash itself was profoundly affected, and attenuated, by the context in which it occurred. The French Revolution and Napoleonic expansion froze propertied Europe with terror. For 20 panic-stricken years the new English manufacturing class rallied to the aristocracy. In that time it developed habits and attitudes it has never lost. A whole era of was against the French abroad and repression against the working class at home marked the years of its maturation. 2 decades after the fall of Bastille, it celebrated its entry into history by cutting down working-class demonstrators at Peterloo. When the fear of the early years of the 19th century finally receded, the industrial bourgeoisie at last began to mass its strength to secure incorporation into the political system. It was almost overtaken by a radicalized working class which had developed in isolation from it during the pitiless years of reaction. But with considerable belated skill, it forced an extension of the franchise which nakedly demarcated the new ruling bloc, including itself and excluding the proletariat. By the same stroke, the Reform Bill of 1832 secured precisely that change which the merchants and bankers of 17th and 18th centuries had never managed or needed to effect. The traditional mercantile bourgeoisie, 31, had never achieved direct political representation in Parliament. Because of its peculiar situation and composition, it had always been content to delegate its interest to a section of the Whig aristocracy. It now entered Parliament for the first time, behind its industrial successor, in the breach the latter had made. The next and last victory of the new middle class was the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846. Convinced that cereal protection favored landowners at its expense by contracting both internal and external markets for manufacturers, the industrial bourgeoisie mounted a second triumphant campaign for its abolition. This sectional conflict was the last moment at which the industrial middle class played an independent role in British history. It was its brief and inglorious high water mark. The aftermath was illuminating. Fired by the success of the Anti-Corn Law League, its greatest spokesman, Cobden, launched a campaign against the 11th commandment, primogeniture, the basic device securing aristocratic control of the land. The call for free trade not only in corn but in land aimed directly at the root power position of the aristocracy. The bourgeoisie refused to follow it. Its courage had gone. Henceforth it was bent exclusively on integrating itself into the aristocracy, not collectively as a class, but by individual vertical ascent. Even after 1832, it was noticeable that the new middle class used its vote to elect members of parliament not from among its own ranks, but from those of the aristocracy, thus reproducing the exact relationship between its predecessor and the landed elite even after it had won the power to do otherwise. As late as 1865, over 50% of the House of Commons formed a single, intricately extended kinship group. Thus for a period one can speak of a delegation of power by one distinct social class to another. But this phase was relatively short. It was followed by a deliberate, systematized symbiosis of the two classes. This unique fusion was effected, above all, by creating common educational institutions, the new public schools, which were designed to socialize the sons of the new or old rich in a distinctive, uniform pattern, which henceforth became the fetishized criterion of the gentleman. The reforms of the universities, and more particularly, of the civil service, 1854, instituting a rationalized but rigidly hierarchic recruitment based on prior induction into the public schools, complemented this central mechanism of assimilation. Meanwhile, as industrial accumulation proceeded and the relative weight of the agrarian sector declined, an increasing horizontal imbrication of landed, commercial and industrial capital took place. Agrarian magnates opened up mines and invested in railways, manufacturing tycoons purchased estates and formed special relationships with merchant bankers. The end result of these convergent mutations was the eventual creation of a single hegemonic class, distinguished by a perpetually recreated virtual homogeneity and actual determinate porousness. 5. The second generation of any parvenu bourgeois family could henceforward automatically enter the upper class via the regulating institutions of assimilation. Thus it was that by a unique paradox in the supremely capitalist society of Victorian England, the aristocracy became and remained the vanguard of bourgeoisie. For the first 5 decades of the century, the heroic age of the English proletariat, the working class evolved in a diametrically opposite direction to that of the middle class. Counter-revolutionary war abroad was accompanied by social siege at home, more troops mobilized to suppress the Luddites than to fight the concurrent Peninsular War, etc. Repression circumscribed the working class and cut it off from the rest of society. Plunged in its own racked and famished world, it fought bitterly for an alternative human order for itself. It was the first proletariat ever to suffer industrialization. It had to invent everything: tactics, strategy, ideas, values, organization from the start. It achieved no victories, but its defeats were astonishing. In 1819 it organized the first national political campaign of the post-war period, so scaring both the bourgeoisie and aristocracy that it provoked a massacre and exceptional legislation. In 1831 too it formed the great heaving swell of the reform movement, constantly threatening to capsize the bourgeois groupings adroitly navigating on its surface. From 1829-34 it produced in Owenism the first, mass socialist movement of the century. When this was crushed by 1836, it rose again in an independent working class movement for reform. Chartism, its final, supreme effort, lasted for a decade. Wrecked by its pitifully weak leadership and strategy, in the end it collapsed without a fight. With it disappeared for 30 years the élan and combativity of the class. A profound caesura in English working class history supervened. The tragedy of the first proletariat was not, as has so often been said, that it was immature, it was rather that it was in a crucial sense premature. Its maximum ardor and insurgency coincided with the minimum availability of socialism as a structured ideology. Consequently it paid the price of the forerunner. For simple technical educational reasons, the development of socialist thought in the 19th century had to be overwhelmingly the work of non-working class intellectuals. The utopian socialism of Owen was, of course, just this. Thus, everywhere, it came to the proletariat from outside. But it took 50 years of the experience of industrialization over a whole continent for it properly to form, and the timing of its impact has been crucial. It is no accident that the youngest proletariats of Italy and Japan have been the most thoroughly won to Marxism, or that the oldest, those of England and Belgium, have rather similar political parties and consciences. In England, in contrast to countries that industrialized afterwards, Marxism came too late. The Communist Manifesto was written just 2 months before the collapse of Chartism. 3. By the end of the 19th century, Britain had seized the largest empire in history, an empire qualitatively distinct in its immensity from all its rivals, which saturated and set British society in a matrix it has retained to this day. Late 19th century imperialism was the intoxicated climax of 3 centuries of plunder and annexation. It was the most self-conscious and belligerent phase of British imperialism, but it was not the most profoundly formative for British society. The mercantile imperialism of the 17th and 18th centuries, which provided the preconditions for the economic takeoff of the early 19th century, and the diplomatic industrial imperialism of the mid-19th century, whose enforcement of international free trade had created British world economic supremacy, were both more decisive. The lasting contours of British society were already visible before the rise of the military-industrial imperialism of the 1880s, yet it was this apparent apotheosis of British capitalism which gave its characteristic style to a whole society, consecrating and fossilizing to this day its interior space, its ideological horizons, its diffused and intimate sensibility. It is, above all, from this period that the suffocating traditionalism of English life dates. The multiform impact of militant imperialism on the economy and society of Britain can only be suggested here. It is clear that the existence, maintenance, and constant celebration of the empire affected all classes and institutions in Britain. It could not have done otherwise. Equally obviously, its effects varied enormously in kind from group to group. The main single effect of the new imperialism in the period from 1880–1914 was probably its definitive consolidation of the preternaturally hierarchical character of the total social order and in particular of its typical model of leadership. It has been argued that the imperialist expansion of this epoch, scramble for Africa, partition of China, etc., was an atavistic phenomenon, the product of pre-capitalist, aristocratic, agrarian, and military residues in the industrialized states of Europe. This view is manifestly inadequate. Imperialism was, of course, the inevitable climax of pre-Keynesian capitalism, the product of a massive investment surplus and a limited internal market. But Schumpeter's imaginary cause was a true effect. The reflux of imperialism at home not merely preserved but reinforced and sanctified the already pronounced personality type of the governing class, aristocratic, amateur, and normatively agrarian. Originally this metaphysic was naturally secreted by an agrarian aristocratic class. But by the second half of the 19th century the English aristocracy was rapidly becoming as factually bourgeois, as the English bourgeoisie was becoming aristocratic. Moreover, with the agrarian depression of 1870s, the traditional economic base of the landowning class collapsed. Thus, just at the moment when the atavistic values of the landed aristocracy appeared mortally threatened, imperialism rescued and reinforced them. In doing so, it bequeathed to 20th century England the governing class which has at length found its final, surreal embodiment in the 14th Earl of Home. 7. The major impact of imperialism was almost certainly on the character and ethos of the ruling bloc. But its feedback was not limited to this. A general internalization of the prestations and motifs of empire undoubtedly occurred. Its most prominent manifestation was, of course, the new supercharged religion of monarchy which marked the late Victorian era, inaugurated, inevitably, by the creation for the Queen of the title of Empress of India. The Durbar, and its domestic derivative the Jubilee, became the symbol of a whole society present to itself, celebrating its own plenitude. The manifest function of the monarchy was, by assertion, To unify the nation, its latent function was, by example, to stratify it. The two were equally important. Probably at no period in peacetime history was English society so suffused with chauvinism and so glutted with rank. These implicit normative patterns were probably the lasting imprint of imperialism on English life. Its explicit ideological expressions, although extremely virulent at the time, were ultimately more transient. Their omnipresence in this period merely served to suggest how deeply acclimatized English culture became to the ambience of empire. All political groups, conservatives, liberals, and Fabians, were militantly imperialist in aims, each differed only in its program of implementation. The nascent socialist movement shared in the general jingoism. Webb, Hindman, and Blatchford Fabian, Marxist and ILP supporter respectively, the most influential, the most advanced and the most popular spokesmen of the left, were all in their different ways vocal imperialists. This did not necessarily mean that the working class became in any direct sense committed to imperialism. To start with, it is very doubtful whether the working class of this period benefited materially from colonial exploitation, although it did indirectly, of course, from the differences in productivity between the British economy and its overseas possessions. Politically, colonial emigration, which drained off many of the most vigorous and independent members of the working class and forestalled an explosive population pressure, was probably throughout the 19th century a more important safety valve for English capitalism than the colonial super-profits. However, the primary impact of imperialism on the working class as throughout English society was at the level of consciousness. The British working class was not in any profound sense mobilized for imperialism. To this extent, the options of many of its leaders were ineffective and insignificant. But it was, undeniably, deflected from Mundy's tract confrontation with the class exploiting it. This was the real negative achievement of social imperialism. It created a powerful national framework for social contradictions which at normal periods insensibly mitigated them and at moments of crisis transcended them altogether. The enthusiastic participation of most of the left in the Holocaust of the First World War was only the most spectacular product of decades of national imperial mystification. However, for the working class too, the zenith of imperialism saw in essence only a consolidation of morphological changes which had occurred long before it. The shattering fiasco of Chartism finally broke the morale of the early proletariat. A period of intense shock and retreat followed. For 30 years, the English working class movement went through a kind of prolonged catatonic withdrawal. The most insurgent working class in Europe became the most numbed and docile. Ambitious attempts to create single national unions, audacious schemes for an autarkic cooperative economy, mass campaigns for universal suffrage gave way to timorous, bien-pensant insurance clubs and wavering support for the Liberal Party. The formal goal of Chartism, votes for the working man, was partially granted by a conservative government in 1867. But far from being an autonomous victory of the working class, this tactical maneuver of Disraeli's in a sense only revealed its absorption and defeat. The vote was granted to the working class precisely because there was no longer any danger that it would use it as some of the Chartists threatened to for the transformation of the entire social system. The Conservative government's attention was almost purely devoted to outflanking the Liberal opposition. It cared so little about the substance of its bill that it let it be amended indefinitely by a handful of radicals in Parliament. No significant change followed the 1867 Reform Bill. The working class continued for well over another decade to play an innocuous and subordinate role in the British political system. The rapidly increasing surplus of the economy, after the first period of capital accumulation, allowed substantial increases in wage levels to be granted by employers. This provided the economic basis of the reformism of the period. It was not until the 1880s that the working class really began to recover from the traumatic defeat of the 1840s. By then the world had moved on. In consciousness and combativity, the English working class had been overtaken by almost all its continental opposites. Marxism had missed it. Mature socialist theory was developed in precisely the years of the British proletariat's amnesia and withdrawal. In France, in Germany, in Italy, Marxism swept the working class. In England, everything was against it: the wounds of the past, the diffidence of the present, the national culture of past and present. In 1869 the German Social Democratic Party was founded, in 1876 the Parti Ouvrier in France, in 1884 the Socialist Party in Italy, in 1889 the Social Democratic Party in Sweden. In England, the first socialist sect, the Social Democratic Federation, was only formed in 1884, and the first working class party, the Labour Representation Committee, only in 1900, over 20 years later than in France or Germany. The SDF did not succeed in making a major lasting ideological impact on the labour movement. The Labour Party, itself created primarily as a defensive measure to reverse the effects of the Taft Vale decision, included no major Marxist component from its early years onwards. The remarkable lateness of its formation was a 36. Striking index of the degree of subordination of the working class movement within British capitalist society. It was, then, in this sense that the crescendo of imperialism which coincided with the rise of the modern labour movement only confirmed changes which had preceded it. 4. Alone of major European nations, England emerged undefeated and unoccupied from 2 world wars, its social structure uniquely untouched by external shocks or discontinuities. The victories of 1918 and 1945 were the last of the special graces granted by history to English bourgeois society. War and invasion have been perhaps the greatest single catalysts of change in modern Europe. Even the only armed revolution modern England has ever known was precipitated by the Scottish invasion of 1640. Collapse on the Eastern Front in 1917 set in motion the Russian Revolution. Defeat and invasion in 1918 produced the Spartacist Rising in Germany, the Bavarian Communist government, and social democratic dominance in the Weimar Republic. The occupation of France in 1940 and the military campaigns in Italy from 1943-45 produced politicized resistance movements, of a mass character in Italy, with pronounced socialist-communist majorities. In each case the advance of the left was checked or reversed by fascism after 1930, and by anti-communism after 1947. But at some point the whole social order had been radically fissured and challenged, and the restabilization which followed, brought about by the world cataclysms of the Depression and the Cold War rather than by internal changes, was qualitatively different from the status quo ante. No comparable crisis of disruption and transformation disturbed the placid waters of British social history. Even one, however, the 2 world wars were the only serious forcing periods of social change in English history in the 20th century. The outbreak of the 1914-18 war providentially aborted a potentially explosive situation in Britain, when the propertied class was deeply split. On an imperial issue, Ireland and working-class militancy threatened to escape the control of a faltering and reactionary trade union leadership, syndicalism. The long-term effect of the war, however, was to increase the weight and strength of working-class organizations. Between 1914 and 1919 TUC membership doubled and the Labour vote quintupled. The Labour Party, previously a small pressure group on the flank of the Liberal Party, emerged after the war as the main opposition party and 5 years later as a minority government. Simultaneously, the classical political formations of amalgamated ruling bloc underwent a permanent mutation. The vortex of the war smashed the flimsy barriers between conservative and liberal parties, temporarily producing a fluctuating disorder, out of which eventually emerged the unified political organization of the right, the Conservative Party. The survival of the Conservative rather than the Liberal Party was conditioned both by factional divisions within the Liberal Party and by the obvious desuetude of free trade doctrines in the Depression years. But in a more important sense, it revealed the continuing ascendancy of the aristocratic segment within the dominant social bloc. It was in the logic of the previous 50 years. Neither party had ever been a simple crystallization of distinct strata within this bloc. 37. Precisely because its nature precluded sharply differentiated levels or layers within it. But the Liberal Party had always tended towards a greater proportionate bourgeois, and the Conservative Party a greater proportionate aristocratic admixture. The ideologies of the 2 parties, had usually, although not always, overexpressed this difference. The eclipse of the one and the triumph of the other signified the final feudalization of the ideology and internal protocol of the dominant bloc. 8. The Liberal Party, despite the initial advantage of a greater proximity to the center of gravity of future parliamentary politics, lost because its identity was finally so much weaker. Necessarily so, when real danger threatened and a single party of the right became imperative, proto-reformist velleities were no match for centuries of Oriole tradition. By the 20s, the parliamentary system had for the first time in its long and trompe-l'oeil history become the arena of a genuine class confrontation. Under post-war conditions, the Labour Party swiftly rose in strength and attractive power. Its seats in the House of Commons increased from 60 in 1919 to 191 in 1924, when it formed its short-lived first minority government, and then after losses in the election of that year to 287 in 1929, when it formed its second government, also in a minority but this time as the strongest party. Within 2 years this Labour government collapsed more completely and ignominiously than any other social democratic government has ever done. Vast conservative majorities dominated the whole of the next decade. The first cycle of the Labour Party's history was brought to an end by the outbreak of the Second World War. The 1939–45 war opened the second cycle, which reproduced with remarkable similarity the timing and movement of the first. Again the tremendous pressures of the war effected a sudden, qualitative leap forward in British history. For the first and only time in this century, an appreciable redistribution of income took place, secondary education was generalized, and the foundations of the welfare state were laid. The 1945 election confirmed these changes, when the Labour won a large absolute majority. This time, both its electoral strength and its legislative achievements, creation of the National Health Service, socialization of fuel and transport, etc., were much greater than those of its ephemeral governments after the First World War. Its development was thus more accurately spiral, rather than truly cyclical. But at a higher level, almost exactly the same sequence was repeated. The period of upsurge was brief and rapidly dissipated. The Labour government fell in 1951, on the 20th anniversary of the disaster of 1931, in analogous circumstances of economic crisis, political division, and ideological demoralization. The result was, once again, an uninterrupted decade of conservative rule. In 50 years, such was the total change since the advent of political democracy, in a country where the manual working class constitutes an overwhelming sociological majority of the population. The distinctive facets of English class structure, as it has evolved over 3 centuries, can thus be summed up as follows. After a bitter, cathartic revolution, which transformed the structure but not the superstructures of English society, a landed aristocracy, underpinned by a powerful mercantile affinal group, became the first dominant capitalist class in Britain. This dynamic agrarian capitalism expelled the English peasantry from history. Its success was economically the floor and sociologically the ceiling of the rise of the industrial bourgeoisie. Undisturbed by a feudal state, terrified of the French Revolution and its own proletariat, mesmerized by the prestige and authority of the landed class, the bourgeoisie won 2 modest victories, lost its nerve and ended by losing its identity. The late Victorian era and the high noon of imperialism welded aristocracy and bourgeoisie together in a single social bloc. The working class fought passionately and unaided against the advent of industrial capitalism. Its extreme exhaustion after successive defeats was the measure of its efforts. Henceforward it evolved, separate but subordinate, within the apparently unshakable structure of British capitalism, unable, despite its great numerical superiority, to transform the fundamental nature of British society. B. History and Class Consciousness, Hegemony. 1. The preceding schema is a crude and preliminary attempt to pose some of the developmental problems of British capitalism. It remains to complete its arguments with some consideration of the structural order produced by this distinctive history. Again, the subject is of such magnitude and complexity that only the most general suggestions can be made here. But even extremely partial and inexact definitions are perhaps better than none, since they invite correction and discussion. The power structure of English society today can be most accurately described as an immensely elastic and all-embracing hegemonic order. Hegemony was defined by Gramsci as the dominance of one social bloc over another, not simply by means of force or wealth, but by a total social authority whose ultimate sanction and expression is a profound cultural supremacy. This imperative order not merely sets external limits to the actions and aims of the subordinated bloc, it structures its intimate vision of itself and the world, imposing contingent historical facts as the necessary coordinates of social life itself. The hegemonic class is the primary determinant of consciousness, character, and customs throughout the society. This tranquil and unchallenged sovereignty is a relatively rare historical phenomenon. In England, however, the unparalleled temporal continuity of the dominant class has produced a striking example of it. The peculiar morphology of this class has resulted in apparently bizarre and absurd, but in reality effective and explicable, forms of hegemony. 1. Social relations. British society is notoriously characterized by a seemingly feudal hierarchy of orders and ranks, distinguished by a multiplicity of trivial but ceremonial insignia: accent, vocabulary, diet, dress, recreation, etc. This hierarchy corresponds neither to the primary reality of a society divided into economically based classes, nor even to the secondary reality of limited individual mobility within this system. It is, however, the projective image of society naturally held and propagated by a landowning class. The pattern of social relations in the countryside at the height of this class's economic power, compounded of rank, deference, and tradition, became the fundamental model of 39. Social relations in English society as a whole even after industrialization because of the continued political leadership of this class. After the Industrial Revolution, the mythology of rank order seduced and so subjugated the nascent bourgeoisie, producing the famous social climbing of the middle class, its craving for titles, etc. It also acted as a powerful mystification of real social relations for the working class as well. For although the working class itself continued instinctively to use a bipolar language, us and them, to describe its situation, leaders of the working class movement, who existed in an overlapping zone in constant contact with representatives and institutions of the dominant bloc, tended to absorb false, feudal consciousness. Hence the protests in the future labor offers you, etc. against outdated social distinctions, snobbery as a major social evil. In this way, that divorce between relations of production and social consciousness which is everywhere essential to a capitalist society, percolates into the declared opponents of the system. In general, the hierarchical, pseudo-feudal coloration of English society, expression and instrument of the hegemony of an ancestrally agrarian aristocracy, operates as perhaps the most successful of all camouflages of class structure. By simultaneously intensifying and displacing class consciousness, it tends to render it politically inoperative and socially self-perpetuating. 2. Ideology. The hegemony of the dominant bloc in England is not articulated in any systematic major ideology, but is rather diffused in a miasma of commonplace prejudices and taboos. The two great chemical elements of this blanketing English fog are traditionalism and empiricism. In it, visibility of any social or historical reality is always zero. Traditionalism, veneration for the monarchy, the church, the peerage, the city, etc. was the natural ideological idiom of the landed class as soon as its pure monopoly of political power was challenged. It emerges, in fact, with Burke, just at the moment of the Great Bourgeois Revolution in France, at the end of the 18th century. Empiricism, on the other hand, faithfully transcribes the fragmented, incomplete character of the English bourgeoisie's historical experience. It did not have to overthrow a feudal state in the 19th century, and it did not succeed in becoming sole master of the new industrial society. Thus it never went through a truly egalitarian phase and so never struck at the ideological rationale of the aristocracy. Traditionalism and empiricism henceforward fuse as a single legitimating system. Traditionalism sanctions the present by deriving it from the past, empiricism shackles the future by riveting it to the present. A comprehensive, coagulated conservatism is the result, covering the whole of society with a thick pall of simultaneous Philistinism, towards ideas, and mystagogy, towards institutions, for which England has justly won an international reputation. 3. Leadership. As already suggested, the major sociological legacy of imperialism was its definitive consecration of the style of leadership peculiar to the hegemonic class. The administration of an empire comprising a third of the planet required notoriously its own special skills. Imperialism automatically sets a premium on a patrician political style. As a pure system of alien domination, it always, within the limits of safety, seeks to maximize the existential difference between the ruling 40 and ruled race, to create a magical and impassable gulf between two fixed essences. This need everywhere produces a distinctive colonial ceremonial and a colonial vice-regency. Domestic domination can be realized with a popular and egalitarian appearance, alien domination never. There can by definition be no plebeian proconsuls. In an imperial system, the iconography of power is necessarily aristocratic, it is a pure presence. The aristocrat is defined not by acts which denote skills but by gestures which reveal quintessences. A specific training or aptitude would be a derogation of the impalpable essence of nobility, a finite qualification of the infinite. The famous amateurism of the English upper class has its direct source in this ideal. Traditionally contemptuous of exclusive application to trade or culture, the businessman and the intellectual, the rulers of England were also uniquely neither professional politicians nor bureaucrats nor militarists. They were at different times all of these, and so finally and magnificently none of them. 4. Rejects. The industrial bourgeoisie of the 19th century did produce one authentic, articulated ideology with universal claims, utilitarianism. This played an extremely important role in the early decades of industrialization, as a militant, single-minded creed of capital accumulation and cultural nihilism. But it never achieved a truly hegemonic status. In part, of course, this was due to the historic inability of the class which was its vector to win political dominance. In part, however, its failure was due to its own intrinsic limitations. Its fanatically bleak materialism ipso facto precluded it from creating that cultural and value system which is the mark of a hegemonic ideology. It finally became simply a sectional rationale of the workings of the economy. It never penetrated the legitimation of the system as a whole. A slightly later product of the rise of the bourgeoisie was liberalism as such, both a refinement and an enfeeblement of the original virulence of utilitarian doctrine. A more contradictory, limited, and occasional phenomenon, it inspired the sporadic enthusiasm for good causes abroad which distinguished the bourgeoisie of the time, Cobden. But, despite the distinction of some of its spokesmen, Mill, it was prevented from becoming a serious claimant for ascendancy by the objective structure of empire and economy, which negated all its avowed norms. Hence its tendency to seek refuge in altruistic international campaigns. 2. Capitalist hegemony bears crucially on the working class in a specific, historically determined way. A combination of structural and conjunctional factors in the 19th century produced a proletariat distinguished by an immovable corporate class consciousness and almost no hegemonic ideology. This paradox is the most important single fact about the English working class. If a hegemonic class can be defined as one which imposes its own ends and its own vision on society as a whole, a corporate class is conversely one which pursues its own ends within a social totality whose global determination lies outside it. A hegemonic class seeks to transform society in its own image, inventing afresh its economic system, its political institutions, its cultural values, its whole mode of insertion into the world. A corporate class seeks to defend and improve its own position within a social order accepted as given. The English working class has since the mid-19th century been essentially characterized by an extreme 41. Disjunction between an intense consciousness of separate identity and a permanent failure to set and impose goals for society as whole. In this disjunction lies the secret of the specific nature of the working class movement in England. The very intensity of its corporate class consciousness, realized in and through a distinct, hermetic culture, has blocked the emergence of a universal ideology in the English working class. It has not been lack of class consciousness but in one sense excess of it which has been the obstacle to the commitment of the working class to socialism. It is this paradox which has been the foundation both of the immobile reformism of the Labour Party and of the failure to convert it to neoliberalism, in imitation of the German Social Democratic Party. Historically, the reasons for this complex form of consciousness lie at the origins of English capitalism. The structural context has already been indicated. In the social world created by the hegemonic class, all classes had to appear and to see themselves as natural estates, defined by a fixed station and a fixed way of life, the working class no less than others. At the same time, the primary conjunctural influence was undoubtedly the savage repression and segregation which the working class suffered in its formative years, which drove it in on its own resources, to create its own culture in its own universe. This siege experience fixed an attitude to the outside world which has persisted to this day. However, the early years of the working class were also, of course, the one period in its history when it rose frontally, if confusedly, against capitalist society. In the absence of any structured socialist ideology, the crushing defeats it suffered were almost a pure loss. Armed with a coherent vision of the world, it would probably still have been defeated, but its experience and its aspirations would have entered an enduring tradition and have been saved for the future. The actual result was that the experience of 50 years was not cumulative, and played strikingly little role in the later development of the working class. Conversely, the increasing maturity and availability of socialism as an ideology, from 1850 onwards, was timed just at that moment in English history when the working class movement was at its lowest and least receptive ebb. A second conjunctural determinant of the evolution of working class consciousness was the failure of any significant body of intellectuals to join the proletariat until the very end of the 19th century. The reasons for this fatal incomprehension, whose consequences bear heavily on the Labour Party today, lie partly in the peculiar sociological moorings of the English intellectual of the Victorian period, and partly in the more general history of the time. The aristocracy had never allowed the formation of an independent intellectual enclave within the body politic of landed England. As early as the 16th century, it had prevented the emergence of a separate secular intelligentsia as a successor to the separate clerical intelligentsia, recruited from the poorer classes, of the medieval period, by flooding the hitherto predominantly closed educational institutions, Eton, Winchester, Oxford, Cambridge, with its sons. Thereafter it produced its own intellectuals, mainly from the lesser, professional reaches of the class. Thus a peculiarity of English history has been the tradition of a body of intellectuals which was at once homogeneous and cohesive and yet not a true intelligentsia. The reason for 42. This was that the unity of the group was mediated not through ideas but through kinship. It therefore never became a more or less autonomous group integrated vertically by its relationship with its predecessors to form a continuous, internally unified intellectual community, as in France, its unity was simply its external insertion into its class. This is not to say that it showed consistent political conformity. The Victorian intellectuals did, in fact, collectively produce a remarkably coherent and far-reaching critique of Victorian capitalism, the tradition, mainly but not exclusively of Romanticism, which forms the subject of culture and society. But this critique, containing insights which closely parallel some of the philosophical bases of Marxism, was nevertheless for good sociological reasons irremediably divorced from the realities of economic structure and political conflict. At the same time, the French Revolution chilled these intellectuals as much as it did their class. Hence the tradition often foundered in disastrous confusion and ultimately in the 20th century was to become in political terms predominantly reactionary. Thus the one truly radical critique of capitalism in the 19th century failed to encounter the one force which could overthrow capitalism. The tradition of Romanticism and its sequels remained politically naive and became reactionary. The working class movement, after its repression and its long retreat, was to fall prey to the progeny of the most stunted bourgeois ideology of all utilitarianism. It is a general historical rule that a rising social class acquires a significant part of the ideological equipment from the armory of the ruling class itself. Thus the universal axioms of the French Revolution were turned by the working class in France against the bourgeoisie which first proclaimed them. They founded a revolutionary ideology directed against the initiators of the revolution. In England, a supine bourgeoisie produced a subordinate proletariat. It handed on no impulse of liberation, no revolutionary values, no universal language. Instead it transmitted the deadly germs of utilitarianism, from which the Labour Party has so manifestly sickened in the 20th century. For the first sizable group of intellectuals which finally joined the political struggle on the side of the working class were the Fabians. In the 1880s the intellectual lineage of the Webbs and their companions was brutally explicit and avowed. They were the direct successors of Jeremy Bentham and James Mill and the positivist ideologues of the mid-19th century, Herbert Spencer, etc. No more poisoned legacy could have been left the working class movement. Complacent confusion of influence with power, bovine admiration for bureaucracy, ill-concealed contempt for equality, bottomless philistinism, all the characteristic narrowness of the Webbs and their associates became imprinted on the dominant ideology of the Labour Party thereafter. Even in its original form as an ideology of the bourgeoisie, the limitations of utilitarianism prevented it from ever becoming a hegemonic force. Shorn of its youth and fire, and diluted with paternalism, it was never, in its Fabian form, a serious challenge to the ideology of the dominant bloc. Fabianism was not, of course, the only ingredient in the outlook of the Labour Party in its early years, although it was in the end the most politically important. The other component of classic Labourism was, of course, the authentic working class radicalism which stemmed from the ILP, symbolized initially in Keir Hardie. It was this which gave the Labour Party its unshakable social character and prevented it from ever becoming a simple party of middle-class reform. At the same time, the strictly ideological expressions of this powerful current never achieved anything like the coherence of Fabianism, remaining a heteroclite mixture of adulterated Marxism, transposed Methodism, and inherited liberalism. In the early years of the party's existence, the last element was of some importance, as it passed on the liberal tradition of internationalism and, partial, anti-imperialism to a section of the Labour leadership, MacDonald's refusal of the First World War, etc. Its subsequent importance inevitably dwindled. By and large, then, it can be said that the one distinctive and coherent ideology which has taken root in the working class movement in this century has been immediately tributary to the one distinctive, coherent, and unsuccessful bourgeois ideology of the last century. Yet this same movement has never been captured and turned into a purely adaptive political or industrial machine, as in Germany, USA. It can be argued that the real historical content of the working class movement has not in the main been articulated ideologically at all, but institutionally. In a famous passage, Williams was written, "The culture which it, the working class, has produced, is the collective democratic institution, whether in the trade unions, the cooperative movement, or a political party." When it is considered in context, it can be seen as a very remarkable creative achievement. This idea represents a maximum statement of one of the two poles of socialist theories of the working class. In it, the constitutive nature of the working class prefigures the society which is its vocation to create. This is what has been called the concept of proletarian positivity, in contrast to its opposite, that of the proletariat as the negativity of history, total negation of the existent social order, a subjectivity flung towards absolute suppression of class society and therewith suppression of itself. Clearly, the reality in any historical situation involves a dialectic of both moments. Pure positivity, the working class would be immobilized in its own fullness, incapable of launching any project of total social change. Pure negativity, it would be in permanent, suicidal insurrection. In England, there is no doubt which moment has dominated. The whole dense, object-invested universe described by Hogarth in the Uses of Literacy testifies to the monumental positivity of the oldest working class in the world. Too much so. The weakness of Williams' argument is that it fails to make a distinction between corporate and hegemonic institutional forms. The very density and specificity of English working-class culture has limited its political range and checked the emergence of a hegemonic socialism in England. William's attempt to solve the difficulty by attributing an indefinite extendability to working class but not to bourgeois institutions, besides its factual weaknesses, rests on an evacuation of conflict concepts from his whole idiom. The truth seems to be that the nature of working-class culture is as he describes it, but that the will to universalize it, to make it the general model of society, which he tacitly assumes to be a concomitant, has only rarely existed. Thus, at whichever level one chooses to look, the same fundamental paradox reappears. In Britain, the working class has generated over 150 years a massive, adamantive class consciousness, but it has never developed into a hegemonic political force. 11. The very name of its traditional political part poignantly underlines this truth. Alone of major European working class parties, it is called neither a social democratic nor a socialist nor a communist party. It is the Labour Party the name designates, not an ideal society, as do all the others, but simply an existent interest. In conclusion, it may be of use to recall with maximum brevity the historical moments at which the nocturnal structure of hegemony has been suddenly and vividly lit up by the lightning of a major political crisis. 1. 1926. The General Strike. This unique confrontation of class forces ended, of course, in disaster. But can the failure of the strike be attributed solely to betrayal? Was a victorious outcome at all conceivable? The general judgment seems to be that it was not, for the simple reason that there never originally existed the political will to carry it through. Cole's description is classic. When the moment came, however, it was the workers who drew back. The inherent constitutionalism of the main body of the labor movement never asserted itself more plainly than in the great unconstitutional movement known as the General Strike. On the other hand, the readiness of the defenders of law and order to force the issue when the crisis came, rather than meet the trade union leaders' evident will to come to terms, showed a very different temper. The Pacific General Council and the bellicose Mr. Winston Churchill, the mild British worker and the furious British Gazette, presented a contrast no less instructive than ironic. From the first, the strikers' only real chance of success lay in frightening the government into surrender or persuading it into compromise. The temper of the government throughout the dispute excluded the latter solution, which the strike leaders would, of course, have welcomed. The struggle therefore became one of morale. It was a question of waiting to see which side would crumple up first. But with Winston Churchill in command and thoroughly enjoying the scrap, the government was not likely to crumple up. All things considered, the strikers from the first had little real chance of winning. My italics. There has never been a better description of a hegemonic class facing a corporate one. 2. 1931. The fall of the Labour government. Provoked, inevitably, by a run on the pound, it ended in the worst catastrophe to overtake any government in British history, with the collective desertion of most of the top echelon of the party in power to the opposition, resulting in a near annihilation of the party at the succeeding election. Again, Cole's judgment, in its very mildness, is most revealing. Courage was the quality most needed in tackling both the comparatively easy problems which confronted the second Labour government when it took office and the very much harder problems which developed during its 2 years' tenure. Courage was, however, least of all qualities characteristic of Ramsay MacDonald's second government. 3. 1951. The fall of the Third Labour government. The Labour Party in 1945 won an absolute majority of seats in a constitutionally sovereign legislature. No working class in any other major West European country has ever won an electoral and political victory so complete. Within 2 years, the Attlee government had lost the initiative, and the following years were ones of steady retreat. The final collapse, a diminuendo repetition of 1931, was precipitated by a balance of payments crisis and splits inside the cabinet. The debacle was, as Crossman has recently pointed out, supremely unnecessary. Mr. Attlee had arrived at Downing Street with the clearest mandate for radical change ever given to a premier since 1906. Why did the Labour government lose its inner dynamic so much more quickly, than the Liberal government then P.A. Why was Hugh Dalton able to reveal that by 1947, only 2 years after the electoral triumph, the government was manifestly losing both its coherence and its sense of direction? What was it that so rapidly deflated the public demand for social change that had swept the party into power in 1945? When the 1951 election came, there was no violent anti-socialist swing of public opinion. On the contrary, the party made headway in the country, polling the highest vote in its history. Although the Labour Party had no programme of action, and although its public image had been damaged by the Bevanite split, it still enjoyed more public confidence than the Tories. If only Mr. Attlee had held on, instead of appealing to the country in the trough of the crisis, he would have reaped the benefit of the 1951 recovery, and Labour might have stayed in power for a decade. An independent critic is likely to find that the electoral losses in 1950 were quite unnecessary, and that the precipitate decision to resign a year later was not an inevitable result of the crisis, but a consequence of physical exhaustion and loss of nerve. The history of hegemony in 20th century Britain is tersely suggested in these 3 comments. 111. It remains to evoke the way in which the hegemonic system works as a total order, delimiting and defining the roles of antagonistic social classes within it. For this purpose, the crucial moments are those at which the working class party has won overt political power and formed a government. The analytic problem can be posed simply as follows: what is the invisible barrier between the formal control of unlimited state power, enshrined in the sovereignty of Parliament, and the actual implementation of qualitative social change, enshrined in the party's constitution? 46. Obviously, the first point to make is that power in advanced capitalist societies is polycentric. The official mythology that it is located uniquely in the site of political democracy, Parliament, is so patently empty that nobody on the left takes it seriously. Unfortunately, however, there has been an almost complete absence of attempts to replace it with a substantial, sophisticated theory of power in late capitalism itself, an example of the general atrophy in analysis of the mediations of capitalist society which has marked contemporary socialist theory. In the long run, to be sure, power coincides with control of the means of production. But at any given moment of history, this is not necessarily true. On the contrary, what is needed is not a reassertion of the banality that power ultimately derives from the pattern of ownership in a society. The urgent need is for a concrete typology of the different modalities of power today. A whole spectrum of possibilities exist, realized in more or less pure forms in different societies at different epochs. In the short run, power can be predominantly military, bureaucratic, economic, ideological, even as a limiting case purely political. It can be crystallized directly in the means of violence, Nazi Germany, the means of administration, Confucian China, the means of production, company states like Honduras or Katanga, the means of communication, increasingly, Western societies, or the means of legislation, which would be socialism. The power structure of any society is never, of course, a pure monocentric system. However, this does not prevent it from being possible to make meaningful distinctions both in and between different patterns of power. In Britain, at any event, it is clear that there is a very specific configuration of power, the product of a particular historical and geographical situation. There is no space here to discuss adequately the character of this configuration. But it can be suggested that there are 3 main idiosyncrasies of the structure of power in Britain: the relative insignificance of bureaucratic or military forms, the exceptionally immediate strike capacity of economic forms, and the ultimate, crucial importance of ideological and cultural forms. Together this combination may be defined in terms used first by Hegel and then by Marx, as the supremacy of civil society over the state. Each element in the constellation corresponds to a fundamental moment in the history of the dominant bloc. Despite their manifest class character, neither army nor civil service are of such directly power political importance in England as in most other advanced capitalist countries, France, until recently Germany and Japan. The insignificance of the army in England is the result of a long dialectical history, the late Middle Ages saw the worst over-militarization of the countryside in Europe, Wars of the Roses, leading to the radical demilitarizing policies of the Tudor monarchy. Then when the monarchy itself attempted to build up a standing army, James II, the landowning class in return consistently prevented it as a threat to its independent power in the countryside, while the geographical isolation of England removed the need for permanent external defense. The absence of a major state bureaucracy is a correlate of the local, molecular character of agrarian power in the 17th and 18th centuries. The unpaid, spare time JP maintained control of the countryside, uniquely combining economic, social, and political power in his physical person, attempts to create a monarcho-bureaucratic machine, Charles I. 47. Foundered on this rock. The success of agrarian capitalism and then the spontaneous outbreak of the First Industrial Revolution produced the successive and cumulative anti-bureaucratic pressures of landlord politics and laissez-faire economics, where industrialization was later, more deliberate and imitative, as in Germany. The state by contrast became one of the main engines of the Industrial Revolution. The modern civil service dates only from 1854. It is much more significant as a column of power than the army, and has undoubtedly had a breaking influence on the labor governments of this century, but it has never been powerful enough to derail them. In contrast, directly economic power in England is exceptionally great. Just as the relative insignificance of army and bureaucracy is a product of the original dominance of agrarian capitalism, so the immense, unmediated striking power of capital stems from the specific situation of industrial capitalism in England. Economic power is often invoked on the left, but almost never analyzed into its component forms: labor decisions, dismissals, investment decisions, dividend levels, price decisions, tax transfers to the consumer, publicity decisions, subsidies to political parties, and so on. Here only one simple point need be made. It is that the aggregate political power of capital in England is both exceptionally massive and structurally hysteric because of the international position of the British economy. The ultimate sanction of economic power faced with a hostile government is flight of capital. In England, the historic organisation of the sterling area has made this a permanent possibility rather than an emergency temptation, since the pound is so vulnerable to international speculation that the latter constantly threatens to trigger panic in the English capital market itself. Thus a working-class government almost automatically faces the daily possibility that it will lose the confidence of international capitalism, a loss which will in turn immediately provoke an outward flux of English capital of disastrous proportions, which the sterling area closing the circle makes it abnormally difficult to control. It is no accident that both major Labour governments have fallen after a run on the pound. All this is on top of the normal discretionary power of capital to act in what it may choose to regard as an emergency. Finally, the extreme importance of cultural institutions in the distinctive configuration of power in England has already been suggested. Control of the systems of education, public schools, universities, and communication, oligopoly of press, is decisive for the perpetuation of the hegemony of the upper class. Both in turn derive from and conform to larger historical characteristics of the power pattern. The public school/Oxford and Cambridge phenomenon forms precisely a non-state educational system, one which forms a striking contrast to the bureaucratized educational system in, say, France. The unparalleled centralization and oligopolistic control of the press faithfully reflects the degree of concentration and national integration which the oldest industrial capitalism in the world has achieved. This triangular topography is the true sociological setting of parliamentary democracy, whose concrete, operational character can only be understood in terms of it. In one sense, the remarkable formal aspect 48. of parliamentarism in England is the absolute, unlimited sovereignty it gives the legislature. This theoretically should give a devastating weapon to any working-class government. No other bourgeois state has ever taken the risk implicit in the non-existence of a written constitution in England. Many have even had the sanctity of private property written into their constitutions, besides severe checks on the legislature. This peculiarity of the English political system must, again, be referred to the historical evolution of the ruling bloc. The House of Commons was for centuries a one-class institution. There was always a sociological guarantee of its predictability that made juridical safety rails unnecessary. Subsequently, the upward pressure of the bourgeoisie and then the working class was accommodated within the same framework, simply by widening the franchise. The parliamentary democracy which eventually emerged, and for which Britain is famous, was from one point of view the most vital and enduring victory of the working class. At the same time, it was also the necessary concomitant of the adaptation of traditional forms of social domination to a new situation. In England, democracy was the ransom of hegemony. Faced with the rise of the bourgeoisie and then of the proletariat, the hegemonic class had either to break with its whole tradition and try to maintain itself in exclusive power by military or bureaucratic coercion, or it had to yield entry into the political system to these new social forces, and neutralize their efficacy within it by powerful extra-parliamentary means, which were consonant with the whole strategic style of its past. Faced with the rise of the middle class, it chose the latter, redoubling the specifically cultural and ideological dimension of hegemony, mystique of aristocracy, etc., and progressively dissolving its immediate opponent by selective co-optation to its own ranks. The new unified bloc then turned to contain the proletariat. There was no possibility of dissolving this as a class, but the incorporation of the industrial bourgeoisie into the dominant bloc supplied a substitute second weapon, the sheer strength of massed capital. Thus today, Parliament, the formal site of political power, is two quite different places according to which party is in power. Its role in the power system is analytically distinct in each case. When a conservative government is in power, it is an integral part of a continuous landscape which extends in a smooth, unbroken space around it. When a Labour government is in power, it is an isolated, spotlit enclave, surrounded on almost every side by hostile territory, unceasingly shelled by industry, press, and orchestrated public opinion. Each time it has in the end been overrun. Of course, the actual balance of forces is more complex than an image of this kind suggests. In particular, the power of the unions could be an immensely strong supporting force for a Labour government, although it has never so far really been used as such. However, the customary assertion that the working class movement has countervailing power under democratic capitalism simply evades the real question, which is not are there two sets of forces, but what is the final balance of forces. The countervailing power of Galbraith and Strachey scarcely amounts to more than the ability of the industrial working class to prevent the relative depression of its standards of living in an expanding economy. 49. In reality, two unequal forces are in perpetual shock against each other, pushing the point of collision between them now in one direction and now in another, but over a period of time establishing a relatively stable equilibrium at a point favorable to one and unfavorable to the other. This partially stabilized equilibrium, neither total victory nor drawn combat, but permanent net superiority of the hegemonic class, is the reality of social peace and political democracy in England today. A reforming Labour government, as after 1945, can push the equilibrium lastingly to the left, nationalizations, creation of health service, etc., so that the whole zone of its future fluctuations is situated more favorably to the working class. This does not, of course, preclude successful rollback pressure, which can, as in the period 1951-63, push the point of equilibrium some way back along the distance it has come, reversal of income redistribution, exploitation of the public sector, etc. The present equilibrium in England remains a crushingly capitalist one, with inequalities which rival or outdistance those anywhere in the capitalist world. 1% of the population owns 43% of the fixed property, 50% of cabinet ministers come from a school of 1,000 out of a nation of 50,000,000. The narrow area in which at any given period it moves back and forth can be defined as the precise elasticity of the hegemonic order at that conjuncture. See entropy. In conclusion, both the character of the present crisis and initial relation of the labor movement to it follow from the preceding analyses. The present crisis is a general malady of the whole society, infrastructure and superstructure, not a sudden breakdown, but a slow, sickening entropy. All the conditions which constituted the unique good fortune of the ruling bloc in the 19th century have turned against it. The law of uneven development has produced its customary dialectical reversal with a vengeance. Today, Britain stands revealed as a sclerosed, archaic society, trapped and burdened by its past successes, now for the first time aware of its lassitude, but as yet unable to overcome it. The symptoms of the decline have been catalogued too frequently and copiously to need repetition here: a torpid economy, a pinched and regressive education, a listless urban environment, a demoralized governing class, a wretched cultural provincialism. All these burdens of the present have their origins in blessings of the past. This past is not merely that of the imperialist era, as so many socialist and capitalist critics now repeat. It extends both backwards and forwards far beyond the late 19th century, which, as has been indicated, in the main saw only a final consolidation of the superstructure of modern British society. The major single cause of the present crisis is, of course, the prolonged international decline of the economy, which itself both derives and dates from the completion of the world system of British imperialism in the period from 1880–1914. Export of capital, underinvestment at home, lagging technological innovation, all mark the British economy from the last decades of the 19th century onwards. But the huge quantitative returns of the Empire and British overseas investment masked this qualitative deterioration for a long time, and ended, inevitably, by severely exacerbating it. The final incarnation of 50. Empire, the post-war sterling area, has at length become the bête noire of all the most vocal bourgeois publicists of today, the malum malorum of the British economy in our time. Yet this last form of empire is dominated by the first historic nucleus of British imperialism, the city, whose origins go back not to the 19th but to the 17th century. Colonized by aristocrats during its long history as no other sector has been, the city is now both the most sociologically revealing and the most sectionally decisive single determinant of the shape of the economy. It subsumes and symbolizes all the defects of the whole. For the living palimpsest which is the ruling bloc in Britain is now decaying from its immemorial accretions. The industrial bourgeoisie which in its prime merged with the landed aristocracy has in their union become infected and corroded with the vices of the latter. Amateurism and nepotism spread from the councils of state to the inner sanctum of the bourgeoisie itself, the boards and directorates of industry. By the 50s, the most efficient firms in Britain were found by Barnett to be predominantly enterprises which were either started by foreigners, refugees etc., since 1940, controlled by minorities, Quakers, Jews, or branches of international corporations, mainly American. The world-conquering entrepreneurs of the mid-19th century had become flaccid administrators in the mid-20th. Simultaneously, the state coordinate of the capitalist system revealed a disastrous weakness. The treasury became, after the city, the second great albatross round the neck of English economic growth. The historic achievement of the English governing class in all its metamorphoses, its long maintenance of the supremacy of civil society over the state, has here fatally undermined it. Today, capitalism throughout the world is becoming more and more streamlined, rationalized and oligopolist. The gigantic international corporation is increasingly emerging as its basic unit, and the state intervenes ever more decisively in the national economy, steering and controlling it in the interests of the capitalist system as a whole. Neo-capitalism everywhere demands indicative planning by the state. This planning must necessarily be executed by highly skilled technocrats working within a powerful state apparatus. In England, the whole cumulative tradition of the governing class disables it from this role. Its virtues have been those of agrarian squirearchy and industrial laissez-faire. Now that these are gone, only its vices are left: universal dilettantism and anachronistic economic liberalism. Inevitably, then, the Treasury has been what one critic has called the apotheosis of dilettantism, with calamitous results for the prestige and success of the conservative regime of the 50s. Lastly, the final good fortune of British capitalism, its victory in 2 world wars, was also the immediate precipitate of its decline. It was never forced by the mass physical destruction of its plant, radically to reconvert and renew itself. On the contrary, bloated and immobilized by its successive survivals, it fell dramatically behind the dynamic, modernized economies of Germany, France, Italy, and Japan. Now at length, however, slogan of planning and growth and efficiency are heard in every government speech, and the need to rationalize the whole composition and direction of the economy is pressed in every journal of the right. 51. Socially, too, the triumphs of the past have become the bane of the present. The English bourgeoisie had never been outstanding for its devotion to technological and scientific education. The slow, epochal maturation and sudden natural blossoming of the Industrial Revolution had rendered unnecessary the bureaucratic creation of a widespread, efficient system of technical education, like the Technicum which so greatly assisted industrialization in Germany. However, this fortuitous advantage was soon cast in a more extreme and deliberate mold. In the mid-19th century, the burgeoning middle class sold its birthright for the accent of a gentleman. The public schools which sealed the pact between industrial and agrarian capitalists reduced to a common denominator the abilities and aspirations of the two classes, and imprinted it on the following generations. The bourgeoisie contributed least to the new, humanist, public school personality, its repression and puritanism, the aristocracy most its arrogance and amateurism. In either case, science and technique went by the board. The ruling bloc was trained to rule, and did so, but a century later its skills had become mere manners, and its manners, increasingly, affectation. In the 50s, the big, capital-intensive corporations belatedly began to endow the public schools, and universities, with science blocks and laboratories. Too late, the entire educational system was becoming unworkable, and would inevitably be challenged. The state system, underfinanced and underprivileged as the English form of capitalist hegemony demanded that it should be, was not even fulfilling its menial role of providing intermediate and lower echelon personnel for the economy. Thus, today, private and public sector alike are put in question by the most reputable spokesman of capitalist England, and the unprecedented expansion of education advocated by the recent reports is everywhere greeted as an imperative necessity. But more important, the traditional social hierarchies perpetuated by the extreme stratification of the educational system are now for the first time widely questioned and rejected. This revulsion has reached a point where Macmillan, in the final days of his premiership, could call a conservative conference to battle in the following terms: "This country has got to be prepared for change. We are all more or less planners today. We are still as a nation too set in our ways, too apt to cling to old privileges, too unwilling to abandon old practices that have outlived their usefulness. There are too many demarcation lines, social and industrial, one might almost say a sort of caste system." The Conservative Party as a whole has not, of course, been converted to the new creed of efficiency and equality. One section sincerely believes it, another demagogically uses it, another rejects it altogether. In the panic after Macmillan's resignation, despite the manifest necessities of the moment, the party obeyed its oldest and deepest instincts and chose as its leader a caricature of its past aristocratic eminences. But for all that, the important fact is that today, for the first time in British history, some kind of ostensible egalitarianism has at last become inscribed on the banner of the English bourgeoisie. It is in the political field proper that the present crisis has, of course, produced its most spectacular if also in a sense superficial manifestations. The debilitating palpitations of economic policy, the continuing duet of speculation and slums in urban life, the ignominious fiascos in military policy, the colossal humiliation of rejection from the 52. Common Market, the scandals which followed it, all these were the outward signs of the inner disarray and then demoralization of the governing class of England, confronted with a world which had passed it and all its monuments by. Its real moment of truth had come in 1958, and it had not seen it. When the Conservative government refused to join the incipient European Economic Community, it threw away its one great chance in the 50s to renovate British capitalism without a major political and social crisis at home. With fatal hubris, it thought England was a nation apart, apex of a worldwide commonwealth, Britain would be guaranteed its special position within the contradictory unity of international capitalism. 4 years later it realized the truth, but the Fifth Republic was now firmly installed, and the gates clanged brutally shut on it as it turned to the community for refuge. In retrospect, the famous flavor of the conservative decade takes on an eerie significance. Under Macmillan's aegis, a neo-Edwardianism reigned and politics in England became more aristocratic than they had been in the conservative decade of 20 years before. The Edwardian era was, of course, the last period in which the unique international paramountcy of the British governing class was still intact. In the 50s, it was as if by an unconscious, instinctive mimetism, the same class was reenacting its former role down to its most trivial details, in the hope of somehow recreating the confidence and splendor of the last unchallenged epoch of the past in order to face the perils and soon the disasters of the present. The crisis, then, is a logical outcome of the long pilgrimage of British capitalism from its origins to its present precarious position within the world of the second half of the 20th century. As a result of it, the dominant bloc in Britain today must, if it is to preserve its hegemony, undergo yet another metamorphosis. Reenacting the past has not restored it. The class now, in the main, realizes that it must change itself once again. The international pressures of contemporary capitalism require a radical adaptation. The unfinished work of 1640 and 1832 must be taken up where it was left off. The opportunity this crisis offers the labor movement is very great. It is clear from the preceding, indeed any, analysis of the history and ideology of the movement that for structural reasons it will not be able, in the event of a Labour government, to pose the challenge of an immediate socialist transformation of English society. It will have to transform itself first. There can be no socialism without an authentic socialist movement. But between this extreme and the simple role of executor of bourgeois reform and restabilization, which some socialists are already predicting for it, there lies a wide and explosive gamut of choices. What will these choices be? What forces will fight to determine them? What should be the action of socialists in the conflicts which are impending? It is these questions which will form the subject of a subsequent article. 53. Perry Anderson. The relatively stable equilibrium, which defined British politics and society for a decade, has now broken down. The crisis of the traditional English hegemonic class, under whose rule British capitalism has in recent years so visibly declined, threatens the long supremacy of the Conservative Party. It would be too much to say that socialists were prepared for this, poised for their own participation in coming events. Since its severe defeat at Blackpool in 1961, the left has taken no major initiatives and launched no great debates. The rapid succession of crises and upheavals which began with the death of Gaitskell and culminated with the resignation of Macmillan, unfolded without any independent intervention by the left. In 2 years, there has been a memorable bonfire of values in Britain. The left did not light it. Will it benefit from it? Critique of Wilsonism. 3. In a previous number of this review, I attempted a general explanation of the nature of the crisis in British society today. In this article, written before the election, I shall try to answer some questions left open at the end of that analysis. What has been the Labour Party's response to the present crisis? What is the character of the Labour leadership and programme? Independently of the result of the election, these questions need to be examined by socialists. Only time will show whether the purely narcotic effects of the prosperity of the 50s have worn off. If this proves to be the case, one of the two great post-war barriers to the advance of socialism in England will have been breached. Affluence will have lost its magic, and become relative and judged. Meanwhile, the second barrier to socialism in Western Europe, the traditional pattern of the Cold War, has been dissolving. Decolonization in the Third World, the Sino-Soviet conflict, the emergence of Gaullism, the Russo-American Entente, have shattered the old bipartite system of world relations. The new configuration of the Cold War, whatever its repercussions elsewhere, has probably been favorable to the working class parties of the West. The Soviet Union has lost much of its terrors for Western Europe. France has triumphantly defied America. The classical, simple polarizations no longer operate. There is, at last, a geopolitical space for European socialism. Wilsonism emerged as a precise response to the new situation, the slow crisis of English capitalism and the transformation of the Cold War. In many ways, it has been a creative response, which has made the Labour Party into the dynamic left wing of European social democracy. But it also bears the ominous hallmarks of its lineage, traditional Labourism. A dialectical judgment is necessary to grasp and relate both aspects. Wilsonism is, first and foremost, a strategy rather than a simple program. This is its strength and its novelty. Perhaps for the first time in its history, the Labour Party now possesses a coherent analysis of British society today, a long-term assessment of its future, and an aggressive political strategy based on both. The contrast with Gaitskelism is arresting. 1. The new strategy. The difference between the two can roughly be summed up as follows. Gaitskell, fanatically anti-communist and dedicated to the Western Alliance, was fundamentally defensive before the evolution of late industrial capitalism. He and his advisers believed that it was undermining Labour's electoral support both by providing a high standard of living for the working class and by eroding the actual numbers of the working class. Obsessed by the two great themes of the theories of embourgeoisement of the time, the spread of durable consumer goods and the net shift from manual to white-collar occupations in the population, Gaitskell's response was one of retreat. The only future he could imagine was an indefinite repetition of the present. British capitalism was becoming increasingly classless, the Labour Party must follow it, abandoning its own class connotations. Britain was becoming increasingly consumption-oriented, the Labour Party must cater to the new preoccupations and not disquiet them by talk of radical reforms. Thus, for Gaitskell and his friends, society became an undifferentiated, quantified aggregate of electors. The Labour Party's task was to win an arithmetical majority of them, by appealing to them predominantly as consumers. To do this, it had to become what Crossland called a national party. Jay argued that the very term Labour should be jettisoned from the party's name. Wilson's approach is very different. He shows a relatively acute structural perception of British society. He is convinced that the present crisis of the governing class allows the Labour Party to split the Conservative bloc, detaching from its specific, crucial groups in the population. First and foremost among these is the technical intelligentsia, two scientists, technicians, engineers, architects, managers, and professional workers, employed in both private and public corporations. Far from long-term occupational changes undermining Labour's strength by making less workers, Wilson is confident that they can increase it by creating more producers. Thus his immediate target of winning the technical intelligentsia away from the Conservative bloc by playing on its antagonism to a demoralized aristocracy, is married to a long-term aim of including this pivotal, expanding sector of the population within the Labour alliance. Untouched by anti-communist phobias, benefiting by the debacle of the conservative economy, Wilson makes few concessions to consumer ideology. Instead, he continually attacks social imbalance in Britain, the real impoverishment of collective needs and the artificial inflation of private ones, and appeals to his audience as producers to change this, in the name of a new Britain. Finally, he offers an altogether new rationale for the degree of social intervention which this implies. Instead of a calm, continuous future of ascending material well-being and contentment, he insists on the explosive technological and social upheavals of automation ahead. 2. The new rhetoric. The decisive superiority of this strategy over the vacuities of revisionism is evident. 3. It allows Wilson to use a distinctive and cogent rhetoric, that has become integral to his whole political style. The crisis of the British economy is naturally the starting point of Wilson's analysis, the theme of speech after speech since his election as leader of the party in March 1962, why do we give such a high priority to expanding production? The answer is that all else in our program and our vision for the new Britain depend on what we turn out from our factories, mines, and farms, our laboratories and drawing offices. On our national production effort depends our standing in the world. The responsibility for Britain's economic decline and all the evils which have attended it, is placed on the archaic aristocracy which dominates the Conservative Party and British industry alike. The tone is radical, the targets apparently comprehensive, the high command of too large a sector of Britain's industry is manned either dynastically, or on the basis of a family, school, or social network. The highest places in a Conservative government are reserved for the products of a small, unrepresentative group of schools, almost for the product of a single school. Tory society is a closed society, in which birth and wealth have priority, in which the master and servant, landlord and peasant mentality is predominant. Wilson has a fairly clear perception of the specific quality and vulnerability of the governing class in Britain. His attacks are carefully calculated to isolate and discredit it. The counterpoint to them is the constant appeal to technicians and scientists and production men to rally to the Labour Party, which alone believes that Britain's future depends on the thrusting ability and even iconoclasm of millions of products of our grammar schools, comprehensive schools, secondary moderns, and the rest who are today held down not only within the government party but over a wide sector of industry. Wilson continually invokes the opposition between an amateur aristocracy and skilled, scientifically trained specialists. This rhetorical device is so insistent that the manual working class itself, the overwhelming basis of the Labour Party's support, recedes almost entirely from Wilson's speeches. He can even say with pride, "Great interest has been shown by our people in these ideas. We are told that we have replaced the cloth cap with the white laboratory coat as the symbol of British labour." A second set of contrasts complements this primary one. Wilson denounces, not only incompetent and amateur sectors of industry, but speculative and parasitical ones as well. Throughout the 50s, in fact, Wilson was always notable for his biting attacks on property promotion, gambling interests, the stock market, and advertising, bank rate tribunal, etc. This theme recurs again and again today. Nothing so perverts our national life as conservative attempts to identify the British standard of independence, ingenuity, and venture with the self-interest of the share pushers, takeover bidders, land and property speculators, ad mass extravagancies, and tax dodgers. This indictment is extended to the role of the city and finance capital in the economy as a whole. The great merger movement, the wave of takeover bids instead of leading to rationalization of production, has left too many industries in the hands of financiers rather than managers. The key to a strong pound lies not in Britain's finances but in the nation's industry. Finance must be the index, not the determinant of economic strength. Against this world of profligacy and facility, he juxtaposes the dedicated, responsible work of a manager, a designer, a craftsman, an architect, an engineer, a nuclear physicist, a doctor, a 6. nurse or a social worker. The creation of the one has been a society in which in our large industrial towns, about 1/3 of the households have no bathrooms and about 1/4 have no piped hot water. Nearly half our hospitals survive as ancient monuments, whispering their last carbolic tribute to the age of Queen Victoria. Over half our primary schools in which the children of the new Britain are being educated were built in the 19th century. New building, which is geared to private profit and the speculative gains of the property developer, will, in the end, produce an asphalt and concrete wilderness. In place of this, Wilson calls for a social environment transformed by the generous, purposeful efforts of the whole community, mobilizing all the skills of the new social groups to whom he addresses himself. We shall not succeed in this great task unless we can call into action all our people, architects and planners, local authority representatives and traffic engineers, sociologists and town planners, to build the cities of the future in which people live a satisfying life and realize to the full the talents and potentialities within them. It is in appeals like these, to a long British tradition of social responsibility and public service, that much of Wilson's strength lies. He explicitly calls for a responsible Britain based on public service, not a commercialized society in which everything has its price. This stress on public service allows him to advocate public intervention much more confidently than Gaitskell ever did. The transition, however, is usually confined to the future. Advanced capitalist countries are maintaining full employment today only by virtue of vast arms orders, and panic would be the order of the day in Wall Street and other stock markets the day peace breaks out. The economic consequences of disarmament cannot be dealt with except on a basis of socialist planning. He speaks with the same accents of the oncoming of automation, which for a year now has been the single theme with which he has most personally identified himself. The growth of automation is likely, in Britain no less than in America, to create a vast problem of technological employment. If Keynes were alive today, the one law he would be propounding above all others, is the observed fact that each new cyclical peak in an advanced industrial economy is marked by a higher rate of structural unemployment than its predecessor. Since technological progress left to the mechanism of private industry and private property can lead only to high profits for a few, a high rate of employment for a few, and to mass redundancies for the many, if there had never been a case for socialism before, automation would have created it. This idea is his ideological trump card within the Labour Party. This, then, is the strategy and language of Wilsonism. Its distinctive blend of attack on social imbalance, hostility to traditional hierarchy, cult of science, and ethic of useful work is neatly summed up in Wilson's official credo for the party. Our proposals show the way towards a more balanced, satisfied society in which human dignity is accepted as the ultimate aim of economic activity. The feverish creation of wants, the urgency to manipulate consumer demand which has dominated our economy will give way to a balanced enjoyment of life in which income will no longer depend on the artificial stimulation of dissatisfaction, of class differentiation and conspicuous status symbols. Production 4. 7. Use, for widening the potentialities of man will enable us to get full enjoyment from our increased leisure. 3. The new program. How are these ideals translated into practical programs? The Labour Party is committed to definite policies over a wide range of issues. Over others, its positions remain deliberately sibylline and obscure. The main outlines of its platform can be resumed as follows. To renovate the British economy, the party proposes to swing the tax structure against inefficient and underinvesting firms. Heavy depreciation allowances will encourage export firms, import substitution, producer goods industries for the overseas market, and the installation of automotive equipment. Government planning through NEDC and a Minister of Production will be increased, involving industry-wide coordination of investment, but its final character remains unspecified. A comprehensive incomes policy is, however, a fixed commitment. Effective regional development programs are also promised. A Minister of Training will coordinate all apprenticeship and retraining schemes. State contracts for scientific research and development will be granted to private industry, universities, guilds of scientists, etc. Both the DSIR and NRDC will be expanded. These are measures designed to create efficiency in British industry. There remain the proposals for public ownership. These are sparse and cryptic. The only serious concrete commitment is to renationalize steel. An integrated transport system is also planned, involving limited measures of renationalization. Restrictions on manufacturing self-supply will be lifted from the public sector. Beyond this, a number of warrants for possible socialization are included. These are, where an industry is wholly or mainly dependent on state orders, aircraft, pharmaceuticals, where an industry is dependent on a public subsidy, and where an industry is threatened by an irresponsible takeover bid or constitutes a dangerous monopoly. Finally, the Labour Party promises to set up state enterprises in the new science-based industries where the state already provides the bulk of investment capital. Maximum emphasis has been given to this last idea, which constitutes, in a recognizable sense, the chef d'oeuvre of official policy on public ownership. The forms of social ownership, it is stressed, are to be flexible and diverse, not merely traditional nationalization, but state participation with private capital in joint ventures, public enterprises competing with private firms, municipal enterprises, and cooperative enterprises. The welfare program of a Labour government hinges effectively on its pensions scheme. This promises a flat-rate pension indexed to the cost of living, plus graduated pension rights based on contributions and average life earnings. An income guarantee will ensure a minimum income to all retired people, superseding applications to national assistance in cases where old people needed supplements to their pensions, currently about 25%. The actual amounts of benefits and ways of calculating the cost of living remain undisclosed. 8. Labour's housing program depends essentially on its plans for urban land. Here it promises to set up a Crown Land Commission to buy the freehold of any land authorised for development. It would then lease it to private or municipal developers, securing for the community any rise in land values, and ensuring adequate urban planning. Repeal of the Rent Act, easier borrowing rates for local authorities, more new towns, greater powers for local councils, and selected physical controls to ensure priority for slum clearance and urban reclamation, are among other measures proposed. The announced targets for a housing program are vague and indistinguishable from conservative promises: 400,000 new houses a year. The party's plans for education call for smaller classes and more teachers in primary schools, and the abolition of the 11+ and generalization of the comprehensive system for secondary schools. The leaving age is to be raised to 16. A crash program of university expansion is scheduled, coupled with an upgrading of colleges of advanced technology and a university of the air. Labour's program also calls for the abolition of fee-paying in universities and college entrance examinations to Oxford and Cambridge. Finally, it proposes to integrate the public schools into the state system, possibly turning them into sixth form schools or secondary boarding schools, the form and timing of integration to be decided by an educational trust. Lastly, the foreign policy of a Labour government remains almost entirely obscure. The party is committed to the abandonment of the independent nuclear deterrent. It has long-standing proposals for nuclear disengagement in Europe, and opposes with a degree of determination that is as yet unspecified the establishment of a multilateral force. It has pledged its support to Malaysia. Beyond that, it affirms its entire loyalty to the Western Alliance. It advocates greater international liquidity, more Commonwealth trade and easy loans to underdeveloped countries. It has not stated its policies towards British Guiana, Aden, the Gulf Protectorates, Rhodesia, or South Africa. 4. Dangers and decoys. This is the political program which is Labour's response to the crisis of conservative hegemony. The rupture of the old equilibrium offers the Labour Party a tremendous chance. But it also offers perilous traps. For the specific nature of the crisis of British capitalism provides at every point both creative opportunities and false solutions for the labour movement. It is a crisis of the traditional English hegemonic class, the product of centuries of slow social accretion and adaptation. In the contemporary world of immensely enlarged and integrated industrial organizations and intensified international capitalist competition, this class has suddenly appeared dilettante and decadent. The consciousness that Britain, under its rule, has become an economic backwater in the capitalist world, has seemed to discredit it. Its failures have played into the hands of the Labour Party. Nothing is easier than for Wilson to denounce the incapacity and archaism of home and the governing class whom he symbolizes. Until recently, a considerable section of the conservative press did the same. The temptation is to do so from the implicit standpoint of capitalist. 9. Efficiency and rationality: the simplest and shortest way to win a consensus against the government. The very failures of the conservative regime invite a response which imprisons the Labour Party within bourgeois limits. How far has it been able to avoid this pitfall? This is, in effect, the substance of the question so often asked on the left: would a Wilson government mean technocracy? The answer requires a hard, careful look at the program outlined above. The first thing that is immediately apparent about it is the priority it gives to economic growth as such, to restoring Britain's lost dynamic. Wilson has repeatedly said that everything else in Labour's program depends on this. Labour spokesmen have declared that the party's social objectives will have to wait until this commanding economic aim is achieved. Yet to achieve it requires, above all, the cooperation and goodwill of private interests whom a serious implementation of Labour's social program would precisely threaten. As John Hughes has pointed out, labor cannot be satisfied in its democratic and social egalitarian objectives unless it makes significant advances in organizing social control over the economy. To a large extent this must be at the expense of the present power of massed capital. Yet at the same time the state must work with the private sector, must systematically cooperate with profit-making industry in managing current output and the pattern of future development. Must this second need impose such constraints, such compromises to win business confidence, that it puts in jeopardy the social objectives of the labor movement? For at this stage, obviously, no dogmatic prediction would be tenable. But it is clear that in a two-sector economy in which the private sector is overwhelmingly predominant, priority to economic growth creates a built-in pressure towards accommodation with private capital. Big business has the power at any moment to make the labor government the hostage of its own promises. If it fails to deliver a fast growth rate, it has declared in advance that it will fail in every other field. Thus the economic crisis that has been labor's greatest windfall could end by becoming its coup de grace as well. To what extent does it risk this by its promised encroachments on the private sector? Wilson's language often sounds aggressively anti-capitalist, in a way that Gaitskell's never did. His acerbity, however, has precise and revealing limits. It is directed in the first instance against anachronistic forms of enterprise, ramshackle industries, nepotistic companies, family concerns, in general any sectors dominated by incompetent or amateur managements, and in the second instance against parasitical forms of enterprise, landlords, stockbrokers, property tycoons, tax consultants, gambling syndicates, and advertising companies. 5. The panorama of English capitalism today swarms with both of these phenomena. An attack on them can thus momentarily seem like an attack on capitalism itself. The appearance is deceptive. Wilson is, in fact, attacking either pre-capitalist or para-capitalist activities, both of which are marginal to the main structure of capitalism today. There is 4. An economic policy for labor, New Left Review 24, March-April 1964. 5. A third category is foreign, especially American enterprise. Wilson is particularly fond of patriotic attacks on takeover bids involving foreign capital, Chrysler Roots deal, etc. 10. In other words, a large element of demagogy in his radicalism. It must be seen in the light of the suggestive distinction which Wilson made in a speech early this year, between the Bourbons of the economic establishment and serious-minded industrialists. Retarded or unproductive elements are rejected, capable, dynamic capitalists are implicitly endorsed. Wilson's trenchant criticisms of English capitalism, which mark him off from his predecessor, thus conceal a consistent displacement of attention from essential to the inessential. What is, then, the character of his case for socialism? Again, by comparison with Gaitskell's, it appears audacious and comprehensive. Indeed, Wilson's analysis at times has a quasi-Marxist flavor about it. He argues that, whatever the success of Keynesian capitalism in preventing mass unemployment under present technological conditions, we are rapidly entering a new era in which a huge qualitative leap forward in technology, automation, will require a qualitatively new and decisive scale of social control over the economy, which will represent precisely the difference between Keynesian capitalism and socialism. A new mode of production will demand, inevitably, new relations of production. The simplicity and force of this thesis is unquestionable. The party militants who heard it at Scarborough in 1963 responded to it with delight and enthusiasm. Probably more than anything else, it served to clinch their confidence in the new leader. Were they wrong? The theme of automation in Wilson's speeches is certainly bold and imaginative by the standards of the past. The general drift of his argument is irreproachable. But it is, in a sense, its very sweep which is suspect. Is it an illusion to think that Wilson always sounds most socialist when he is talking of the indeterminate, distant future? For, and this is the crux of the matter, automation is not a significant issue on the political agenda in Britain now, nor will it be for the entire lifetime of the next Labour government. This is in no way to belittle its importance in the long run. But Wilson's use of it, he is always at his most eloquent on the subject, is certainly more complex than it appears. It is both an objectively valid long-term perspective for the Labour Party and a tactical short-term device for lulling its left. The boundless promise of the future operates as a distraction from the limited compromises of the present. Thus Wilson achieves a certain mirage effect when he talks of socialism, no less than when he attacks capitalism. In both cases, he bases himself on real and important issues, but in each case, they also serve to deflect attention from the nub of social tensions and contradictions today. 5. Public ownership. How far is this analysis borne out by Labour's actual programme? A large number of its proposals are clearly anodyne. Designed to achieve a rapid rate of growth, they do not injure the interests of the private sector as such, and will meet little, if any, opposition from it. The test of the party's determination lies, necessarily, in its proposals for public ownership. The casualness with which these have so far been greeted by socialists is inexcusable. Each needs, on the contrary, to be carefully scrutinized. 11. The specific commitments require, perhaps, least comment. The renationalizations of steel and road transport, important as these are, do not represent a genuine advance, they merely restore a position lost 14 years ago. The proposals for new measures of public ownership, by contrast, are wide-ranging but vague. Signposts for the 60s declares that there is a case for socialism where an industry is dependent for its existence either on state subsidies or state purchases, and where an industry is controlled by a monopoly. It promises to set up public companies in the new industries based on science, where the state already provides 60% of the research funds. These ideas vary in relevance and importance. Socialization of deficitary sectors like the aircraft industry, which is dependent on state contracts, would not in itself mark any advance beyond Labour's conceptions of 1945. Serious use of public enterprise to replace subsidized private enterprise in the depressed regions could, on the other hand, be a major step forward. Monopoly power is in one form or another so widespread in the British economy today that Labour's ability to isolate and challenge it in any significant way seems very doubtful. All these proposals, however, are overshadowed by or dependent on the promises to create new, socially owned industries based on science. It is on them that Labour's programme for the extension of the public sector in the main rests. This is the core of its new policies. It is time to ask what the objective content and prospects of this conception are. The attraction of the idea, as is evident, lies in its reversal of the direction of traditional nationalizations. The community is now to become the owner, not of bankrupt or archaic industries, but of the most modern and dynamic sectors of the economy. The official picture, however, omits one vital fact. The most technologically advanced sectors today are often the most expensive and least immediately profitable. They are not the existing growth sectors, with huge plants and markets and declining unit costs. There is a world of difference between, say, the computer and chemical industries, that is, a firm like ICT, International Computers and Tabulators, and ICI. The really profitable and expansionist sectors of the British economy are the big industries producing for the mass consumer market cars, domestic appliances, synthetic fibers, televisions, etc. The typical enterprise in these markets is the immense, internationally affiliated corporation, ramified into a complex hierarchy of product divisions and subsidiaries: Ford, Unilever, General Electric, ICI, Philips, etc. 6. There is no chance whatever of a Labour government pioneering publicly owned firms in these sectors. They would be wiped out immediately. What, then, are the prospects for public enterprise in science-based industries working on more advanced technological frontiers? Two such industries that spring to mind are the electronics industry and its derivative, the computer industry. Electronics is now the main motor of all technological progress. Precisely because of this, it is an enormously costly and risky field, which requires colossal investment programs and in which research and development failures are constant. It is no accident that it is also one of the fields in which international integration and concentration is proceeding fastest. The symbol of this streamlined, spearhead sector is doubtless the computer. Wilson himself never fails to invoke the immense potentialities of the new computers, which command faculties of memory and judgment far beyond the capacity of any human being or group of human beings who have ever lived. He has also frequently attacked the poor performance of the British computer industry. In computers, the import-export ratio worsened dangerously over the past decade. It would look as if this was an ideal field for the new science-based public enterprise of labor promises. The reality, however, is quite different. After a sequence of failures and mergers, there is now only one major British computer firm left, International Computers and Tabulators, ICT. Yet it commands only 40% of the British market, and this share is itself increasingly threatened. The rest of the market has been captured by the American colossus IBM, swollen by the astronomical military contracts of the U.S. Defense Department. IBM's position is now so strong that ICT's existence as an independent firm is more and more doubtful. Its total research budget is some £5 million a year, IBM's is £60 million a year. In face of this discrepancy, what chance would a new state computer firm have? 7. Of course, the chances of competitive public enterprise are better in some sectors, machine tools, petrochemicals, than this. But even here the problematic character of these new forms of public enterprise remains. A sprinkling of state firms across the vast terrain of the private sector will simply blur the boundaries between the two types of ownership. On the other hand, an attempt to occupy in force a given branch of technology could well achieve, not the reverse, but the complement of the traditional kind of nationalization. Instead of the community subsidizing unprofitable industries of the past, it would be subsidizing as yet equally unprofitable industries of the future. The Atomic Energy Commission of the last Labour government has set a precedent for this. Historically, Western European capitalism has, ever since the late 19th century, always permitted, indeed sometimes itself carried through, precisely these two types of nationalization, both of which amount in effect to a socialization of losses which leaves the system of accumulation of capital within the society fundamentally untouched. If a Labour government is content with public enterprise of this kind, it will not have altered in any way the classic function of the public sector in contemporary capitalism. For the range of difficulties facing its present proposals all come back to one fundamental fact. Socialism cannot simply be built in the space vacated by capitalism, it requires a genuine confrontation and conquest of it. 6. Land and housing. How far does the rest of the Labour program accord with this? Preliminary description. The party's policy on urban land is certainly one of the most crucial planks in its platform. It reflects a wide agreement in the party that, in Crossland's words, market forces work ruinously in the field of land use and buildings. For land is not an ordinary commodity, to be bought and sold like toothpaste or detergent. Its use, especially in our overcrowded island, affects large numbers of people besides the user, and the ratio of social to private cost or gain is uniquely high. 8. To combat the multiple evils of choked traffic systems, rocketing land prices, ogiose office blocks, and above all, millions of shameful slum dwellings, the party now proposes to take into public ownership all freehold land scheduled for development. Will this measure really break the speculators' stranglehold? Every socialist must hope that it will. But the new policy leaves the gravest doubts. For everything hinges on the exact terms on which land scheduled for development is purchased by the Crown Land Commission. If the price is set low, by present standards, it is extremely likely that many owners will postpone any development of their land, hoping for the return of a conservative government, and the repeal of the system, by which time their property will have accrued enormously in value. For the period of a Labour government, meanwhile, there could be a freeze-up of the land market, making Labour's plans for urban renewal impossible. Alternatively, if the price is set high, making it worthwhile for property owners to sell, it will become prohibitively expensive for the Commission to buy enough land, thus equally limiting a real drive for the reconstruction and humanization of British cities. In actual fact, the decision seems only too likely to go this way. George Brown has already declared, in his inimitable way, that the property owners will have their bit of gravy. If this is to be the framework for the renovation of urban Britain, who will do the building? It is clear that a Labour government would impose physical controls, in the form of building licenses, to ensure that humane housing priorities are respected. However, it should not be forgotten that Wilson has often criticised the British building industry for its notoriously inefficient and antiquated techniques, in particular, its failure to adopt the prefabricated units which are essential for mass housing drives today. This criticism, coupled with barbarity of the whole pattern of urban construction over the last decade, might seem to offer an opening for the competitive public enterprise which signposts for the 60s advocates. In practice, Wilson has already suggested who will do the building, and secure the profit. To encourage new methods, there is a lot to be said for handing over the building program of a complete new town to one or more big contractors who are prepared to use non-traditional methods, because such methods are priced out of the market if restricted to contracts based on penny numbers. 7. Pensions. Turning to Labour's welfare policies, the pensions scheme outlined in New Frontiers for Social Security is in many ways a thoughtful and welcome document. It represents a definite breakthrough in the whole direction of Labour's welfare thinking. At the same time, it is noticeable that the critical issue of private pensions schemes, which entrench double standards in social security and create vast, burgeoning centres of economic power, is evaded. The florescence of these schemes dates from the Conservative decision to allow employers to contract their employees out of the public system. Labour's present platform neither calls for the abrogation of this principle, nor even for the right of contracting out to be transferred from the employer to the employee who actually receives the pension. Labour's programme, in other words, is acceptable and progressive in terms of its own announced objectives, but as soon as these involve a confrontation with the power and privileges of the private sector, the programme evaporates, silence descends. 8. Education. How true is this of Labour's plans for education? The resolution to abolish the 11+ and institute generalised comprehensive schools is impeccable. The quantitative goals for primary, secondary, and higher education are all necessary minima. The abolition of both university fees and college entrance examinations to Oxford and Cambridge will undoubtedly be beneficial. All these measures constitute a very respectable programme for the expansion and democratisation of British education. But the linchpin of the whole system of hierarchical discrimination and inequality in our education is, of course, the private sector in secondary education, the public schools. These are the real fastnesses of class ascendancy in our social and cultural life. No reform of our educational system which does not attack and dismantle them can be considered serious for a moment. What are Labour's intentions? Signposts for the 60s declares that the nation should now take the decision to end the social inequalities and educational anomalies arising from the existence of a highly influential and privileged private sector of education, outside the state system. This statement is, however, less clear-cut than it appears. The concrete measures envisaged by the party are described as follows: we propose, therefore, to establish under the Minister of Education, an educational trust. After full consultation as to the method and timing, with the local authorities and the schools themselves, the Trust will recommend the form of integration that will enable each of them to make its best educational contribution. It would be wrong at this stage to lay down a detailed blueprint for the future role of the public schools. The commitment to move against the public schools, to integrate them in some way in the state system, is a long step forward compared with the Labour Party programme of 1959. Here, if anywhere, Labour's platform seems to have acquired a radical cutting edge. Having said this, however, important qualifications remain. Labour leaders recognise in private that the actual content of the Educational Trust's recommendations will depend on the composition of the Trust, the appointment of whose members will be a conscious decision by a Labour government and one which will directly reflect the degree of its political determination. The pressures brought to bear against an iconoclastic selection will be enormous. They will have all the more purchase in that there are powerful elements in the Labour Party itself. 15. which have long advocated a solution after the pattern of the mixed economy, that is to say, the introduction of a quantitatively pegged intake, perhaps 50%, of non-fee-paying pupils into the public schools, without any change in the structure and ideology of the schools. Such a solution would, of course, merely inoculate the public schools against serious reform while preserving their essential elite character intact. It must be fought absolutely. Until there is no longer any chance of labor adopting a plan of this kind, final judgment must be reserved on its educational policy. 9. Planning. In urban renovation, in housing, in health, in welfare, and in education, the Labour Party has promised dramatically improved social provision. This is not to speak of the plans for new kinds of public ownership, if these are realised. So far, each of these programs for remedying social imbalance in Britain has been examined separately. The limited character of their direct challenge to private interests is in each case clear. It is possible, however, the sum of these programs may pose a powerful indirect challenge to British capitalism by the level of social expenditure that they demand and the instruments of social control that they imply. This brings us to the whole problem of planning. Does the Labour Party's conception of national planning to some extent compensate for the lacunae in its social policies? It is clear, in the first place, that planning under a Labour government would not be mandatory. Wilson's definition follows classic liberal lines. Planning, at least in the sense of indicative, democratic planning, what is undemocratic about a mandatory plan? Instead, the plan will attempt to impose a kind of social code on industry, which will, it is claimed, extend the frontiers of social control in new and imaginative ways. These will probably include joint industrial councils, with trade union and civil servant participation, a limited number of physical controls, a certain amount of taxation based on social cost and benefit analysis, a high level of export incentives, and a constant stream of governmental rhetoric and persuasion in favor of greater efficiency and patriotic initiatives. Proposals for compulsory efficiency audits and public advertisement of company posts have also been made by radical ultras on the Labour right, but these are unlikely to be adopted. In all, the degree of public scrutiny and accountability in British industry would be increased by a Labour government, but so far there is little evidence that its planning will do more than institutionalise the presence and powers which a Labour government would have anyway, by the simple virtue of its existence. The immediate objectives of the plan are crystal clear. In the earlier stages of our national plan, capital, investment, and exports would have to be given priority. In planning his first budgets, therefore, a Labour Chancellor would make sure that all his measures were subordinated to this central purpose. Where, then, are the resources for Labour's relatively ambitious social programme to come from? Taxation under a Labour government would certainly be more redistributive than it is today, both a capital gains tax and a determined attempt. 16. To block tax evasion are promised. A wealth tax is also a possibility. However, the real focus of power and profit in a capitalist society is not personal but corporate wealth. It is here that Labour's radicalism will be put to the test, in what will almost certainly be the most important single issue in the early years of a Labour government. The Labour Party is committed to a socially just incomes policy, which will ensure a planned growth of incomes. This involves first and foremost, of course, wage restraint by the unions. The realization of a national wages policy, if it were successful, would mark a historic moment in the development of the trade union movement, the first time that it has ever formally abrogated its freedom of action to the state. The dangers of such an incorporation in the machinery of the state are immense. What will the unions be offered in return? Labour leaders have promised time and time again that an incomes policy would include a restraint on profits as well as wages. But they have never once clearly suggested how this was to be achieved. Statutory limitations on dividends has been refused by Wilson. Discrimination against distributed profits is scarcely a substitute, it merely leads to a massive build-up of corporate reserves for the future. Thus, there is no sign at present that the Labour Party either knows how or is really resolved to control the level of profits in the economy, something which every other indicative plan in Europe, whether French, Dutch, Italian, Belgian or Swedish has failed to do. Indeed, Callaghan publicly admitted as much at the last Labour Party conference. Thus at the very apex of its whole political programme, no less than in its specific social policies, the Labour Party's inner will and intentions remain crucially uncertain. 10. Foreign policy. Labour's foreign policy, finally, needs to be considered in the light of its home policy. For the continuity between the two is very close. There is the same iridescent mélange of radicalism and conformity, the same ambience of equivocation and ambiguity. The context, however, is altogether graver and heavier with consequences. In it, the same qualities acquire a new significance. What is caution and moderation at home can easily become, by a logic characteristic of social democracy, complicity and brutality abroad, temporization with capitalism, collusion with imperialism. The stakes are higher. The responsibilities, correspondingly greater. The Labour Party today stands for the abandonment of the independent nuclear deterrent. This represents perhaps the greatest single change from its platform of 1959, it marks a signal vindication of the unilateralist left. A vindication, but not in itself a victory. The decision to jettison the British deterrent probably owes more to the strategic options of the American government than to the pressure of the British left. It nevertheless meets an evident necessity of peace, and will be welcomed all over the world. It will be the first time since 1945 that a government has on its own initiative, without any counterpart, introduced a major measure of disarmament. Having said this, however, one fundamental qualification needs to be made. Just as Labour's domestic stance coincides with a mutation in British 17. Capitalism and partly reflects its requirements, so its new deterrence policy grew out of a mutation in the pattern of international capitalism and reflects its requirements. There is, in effect, a close homology between Labour's attacks on archaism and dilettantism in British industry, and its attacks on illusions of grandeur in British defence policy. Both are made in the name of modernism and rationality. Both freely invoke American example or American advice. In the latter case, the preferences of the Pentagon have played a direct role in shaping Labour policy. Thus Labour's most important initial step in international affairs would also be, in a sense, its least adventurous. It is, rather, the proposals for disengagement in Europe and the refusal of the multilateral force which will be truer indications of the real nature of Labour's foreign policy. For these run counter to Washington's policies, not with it. In both cases, Labour's official positions are irreproachable. But a large question mark hangs over each. Would a Labour government, faced with determined American opposition, persist in its positions, or would it quietly drop them? Again, the pattern is by now familiar. It is not Wilson, but one of his lieutenants, Gordon Walker, who has indiscreetly remarked abroad that if it was unable to persuade the USA to the contrary, the Labour Party would finally rally to the multilateral force. Such statements do not necessarily determine policy. But they are an unmistakable warning. In general, the Labour Party's policies towards the arms race and the Soviet Union are now very similar to those of the Kennedy-Johnson administrations. They are covered by the Russo-American Entente. The one significant difference concerns West Germany, where the Labour Party, and Wilson, has always historically shown a greater sensitivity to Russian and East European fears than Washington. But Labour's capacity to carry out a genuinely independent and progressive foreign policy will be at stake over a much wider front than this. The two key areas, which will determine the character of its foreign policy far more than the problems of disengagement in Europe, are the worldwide systems of British and American imperialism. This is where its major responsibilities lie. It is relatively easy for Labour to seek peaceful coexistence in Europe under the umbrella of the Soviet-American détente. But outside Europe, in Vietnam, in Laos, in the Congo, in Cuba, in Brazil, American military and political forces today are fighting a blind, pitiless struggle against the rising tide of national and social emancipation. Will a Labour government, by its silence or support, abet them? At this moment, it seems only too likely. So far, no Labour spokesman has condemned the war in Vietnam, the blockade against Cuba, the repression in the Congo. Loyalty to the American alliance, or actual conviction of the need to defend the free world, has overborne every other consideration. The weight of Atlantic conformism is made all the heavier, and more dangerous, by the vulnerability of British imperialism today, which has created a chain of mutual favors and dependences between it and American imperialism, from Singapore to Georgetown. The left could entertain no worse illusion than to believe that only curios and cast-offs of empire now remain. Nothing could be further from the truth. As 18. Complacent apologists in London have repeatedly pointed out, the most valuable gems in the imperial treasure have all, in one way or another, been preserved. Oil in the Persian Gulf, tin and rubber in Malaya, gold and diamonds in South Africa, these were always the great dollar earners of the sterling area. Every one remains an opulent province of British capitalism today. The struggle for an authentic, concrete independence in these territories will be bitterly hard. The list of colonial possessions and imperial bases does not even end there. Guyana, Rhodesia, Aden, Oman, Fiji, Cyprus, and many others, 20 years after the Declaration of Casablanca and the United Nations Charter, none are yet free. The importance all these areas will have in the next 5 years cannot be overestimated. Already, the Labour Party inherits 2 full-scale colonial wars in Arabia and Borneo, and the equivalent of a military occupation in Guyana. A police regime is entrenched in Rhodesia, where an explosion can be expected any moment. The impending conflict in South Africa will shake the world. What will Labour's policies on these momentous issues be? Very little information has so far emerged. What there has, however, could hardly be worse. Chauvinistic calls for greater military build-ups in Borneo and Aden have been coupled with a refusal to envisage any effective measures against South Africa. Wilson's conception of the latter-day role of the empire in defending the freedom of our way of life is crudely explicit, quite apart from the danger zones of Laos and Vietnam, the Middle East and Malaysia. There are many tenuously held areas where bushfires might quickly flare up into searing, scorching crises. Should trouble occur, it is easier for Britain to build up a small, even a token force which is there, than for the US to enter an area previously evacuated by the West. There are, indeed, many areas tenuously held by imperialism today. It will take more than the Labour Party to save them. Side by side with this continuing jingoism, there has been an almost complete absence of specific commitments on colonial issues. Labour's policy towards Guyana, Rhodesia, or Aden remains quite unknown. However, the drift of thinking in circles which were at least at one time close to Wilson is quite clear. In recent months, the New Statesman has made itself the standard-bearer of neo-colonial solutions to a whole range of problems, advocating partition in South Africa, recommending concessions to America in Guyana, urging prolonged delays in democratizing Rhodesia, and above all attacking Indonesia in terms almost identical to those of the hysteria against Egypt in 1956. It is clear that from the first days of a Labour administration, the left will have to maintain an unremitting vigilance. Against all this, there stand Labour's promised aid programs to the Third World, in the first instance the underdeveloped Commonwealth countries. There is little to suggest so far that the amount of this aid will increase dramatically under a Labour government. It may be hoped, however, that in future the per capita level of British aid will at least match that of France. The main emphasis of Wilson's speeches has rather been on the need to repair the disastrous inequalities of world trade, which regularly wipe out any beneficial effects which aid. 19. Programs have had on the economies of underdeveloped countries. This attention is in itself welcome. It at least represents an advance over the characteristic preoccupations of the Kennedy administration. The remedies proposed: commodity stabilization agreements, complementary planning, selective liberalization of tariffs, switch to capital goods exports in the developed countries are well-intentioned as far as they go. But they do not go to the root of the problem. Underdevelopment, as has often been pointed out in this review, is not a simple state of poverty, as Labour leaders like to call it, amenable to technical amelioration. It is a total social and historical phenomenon, a culture and a social structure as much as an economy or demography, which is only intelligible in relation to the imperial system which sustains it. It can only be overcome by a profound revolutionary explosion and mobilization in the underdeveloped country directed precisely against the imperial power dominating the country, and its dependence within it. Thus Labour's moralizing and technicist approach to aid for the Third World is ultimately not in contradiction with its will and jest to use brute military force to preserve key British imperial zones. The two policies are, in a sense, complementary. They both proceed from a fundamental inability to recognise the greatest drama of our time, the political resurgence and reappropriation of history by the hitherto obliterated nations of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. To sum up, it is clear that the Labour Party has hitherto made no independent response to the new international conjuncture. This failure contrasts with its swift adaptation to the new domestic situation. Undoubtedly a certain provincialism, the traditionally narrow Anglo-Saxon culture and horizons of the Labour leadership, has played its part in this. But more important, the dimensions of the Cold War and the American supremacy are far vaster than those of British capitalism. To resist them is far harder. Absorbed by its gains at home, the Labour Party has largely neglected the outside world. It will not be able to do so for long. 11. The political character of Wilsonism. Finally, then, how should the Labour programme be judged as a whole? What does Wilsonism represent politically? An answer is now possible. Wilsonism is a precise translation of the dual impact of the semi-successes of the left in the 50s and the crisis of British capitalism in the 60s on traditional Labourism. 9. No more and no less. Neither pure platform of modernisation nor all-out attack on social poverty, its ambiguities and evasions all stem from these origins. In every field at home, Labour's present programme is radical, within limits which are always short of a serious confrontation of the power structure of British society. This is the secret of Wilson's success as a party leader and a national politician. It is also the reason why socialists must take their distances from the Labour programme and criticise it from a fully independent perspective. Anything less is an abandonment of autonomy and principle. At the same time, it is useless to blame Wilson or the Labour Party for their deep-rooted evasions. The hallmark of Labourism has always been its complete inability to face problems of power. For all its surface novelty, the present programme in this respect merely continues the party's oldest traditions. The left did not succeed in transforming these in the 50s, it is paying the price today. For the weakness of the Labour Party's programme for socialisation is an objective reflection of the weakness of the left's case for it. An inconclusive case for public ownership was made in the early 60s by the left. It finds a faithful reflection, in all its uncertainty, in signposts for the 60s. If today, the chances of substantial inroads on the private sector seem small, the left has largely itself to blame. The limitations of Wilsonism mark the boundaries of its own efficacy. At the same time, the very vices of Wilsonism offer the possibility of transcending it. Its characteristic mixture of trenchant, cutting rhetoric and ambiguous, imprecise proposal does not in itself block any advance to the left. Evasion, after all, is not the same as refusal. Once again, the contrast with Gaitskell is notable. Gaitskell always prefaced his positions with an absolute ideological statement which precluded any evolution beyond them. Termination of the private sector in education was unconscionable. The Pilkington Report showed contempt for the man in the street. Nationalisation was no longer essential to socialism. Renunciation of the British deterrent was immoral. Wilson's procedure is the exact opposite. He never commits himself to right-wing credos. He always frames his proposals so as to leave himself the maximum freedom of maneuver. Under his leadership, the whole Labour programme has become open-ended. It is not at any point socialist, but nor is it, unlike its predecessor, inherently incapable of debouching onto socialism. It is thus neither a barrier nor a trampoline for the left, it is simply a political space in which it can work. However, this is only true on one condition: that the left is not lulled or disarmed by verbal radicalism from Wilson or any other Labour leader. The great merit, and danger, of Wilsonism is its openness. Anything can be read into it. Hopeful interpretations and comfortable inactivity have already appeared on the left. Nothing could be more self-defeating. For it is only a rigorous lucidity and decisive energy that can make a reality of the radical appearances of Labour's programme. The final character of a fourth Labour government will be determined by the balance of forces within the Labour movement. It is on this that everything else depends. What should be the role of the left? 12. The new leadership. The internal situation of the Labour movement today is dominated by two related phenomena: the personal supremacy of Wilson and the continuing disarray of the left. A recognition of this must be the starting point for considering the problems and opportunities of a renovated left. For the first time in its history, the Labour Party is now led by a man who by any standards is a consummately adroit and aggressive politician. The long reign of mediocrity is over. MacDonald, Henderson, Attlee, Gaitskell, whether honourable or contemptible, the leaders of the Labour Party have always had in common political 21. Timidity, tactical incapacity, and miserable intellectual vacuity. All the most crippling limitations of the British Labour movement have been incarnated in the lamentable succession of its official spokesmen. Now, suddenly this is over. The Labour Party has at last, after 50 years of failing, produced a dynamic and capable leader. The whole party is still disorientated with the surprise of the event. Wilson's dexterity and flair as a politician enabled him to build up an almost unchallenged authority within the party within a year of his accession to the leadership. He has kept the initiative ever since. The best description of his style of leadership is his own: the Labour Party is like a vehicle. If you drive at great speed, all the people in it are either so exhilarated or so sick that you have no problems. But when you stop, they all get out and argue about which way to go. 10. It is this tempo which has enabled Wilson, not only to secure his authority in the Labour Party, but to attack the Conservative government as well. As a Prime Minister, it could help him to achieve that self-renewing momentum, which is crucial to a working-class government in a capitalist environment, and which has so far eluded every Labour administration, each time with disastrous results. In this sense, it may have a wider significance. For personally, Wilson's own history encapsulates the destiny of a whole generation in the class among which he grew up. 11. The rise of a certain number of gifted working-class children through the state educational system to the prestige universities, and thereafter to rewarding technical and professional careers has been a phenomenon of the last 30 years. Wilson speaks with all the culture and confidence of this experience. His technical fluency, his lack of social deference, his very verbal style, with its penchant for the aerodynamic image and polysyllabic epithet, are the marks of it. From this point of view, whatever his faults, Wilson as a leader may in the end represent a certain moment in the auto-emancipation of the working-class movement in England. But equally his leadership could have a very different significance. Its meaning is still open, it will only be decided by the future. For the moment, it is important to point out the negative effects of Wilson's political skills. In the first place, his personal dominance has tended to obscure the rest of the Labour leadership, thereby giving the Labour Party a more left-wing look than it really has. For the fact is that the top echelon of the party remains as overwhelmingly right-wing today as it was yesterday. Its calibre, too, remains the same, in their different modalities, from vulgarity to gentility. Wilson's major lieutenants embody the quintessence of traditional Labour mediocrity. The forces of inertia and reaction in the party are still very strong. Wilson's leadership has created the illusion that they are not. More important than this, however, has been its impact on the internal life of the party. Wilson's dirigisme has been superimposed on a party long inured to factionalism, but without any recent tradition of real democracy. His careful avoidance of clear-cut left or right-wing positions, his apparent ability to propose perspectives satisfactory to everyone, his constant care to denounce the Conservatives rather than any section of his own party, all these have suddenly made the old factions ineffective and redundant. There is no longer a clearly defined battlefield with clearly defined protagonists. But this change has not given rise to a genuine dialectical democracy, in which contrasting positions are publicly exchanged and debated through to real conclusions. and in which there is a free movement of opinion and discussion which does not ossify into rigid, hermetic factions. For the existence of permanent factions within a party, apparent sign of democracy, in reality denotes almost its opposite, a blocked situation, dominated by ritual and bureaucracy, in which intrigue tends to replace debate. The present situation in the Labour Party is simply a void. The factions have disappeared, but not the bureaucracy. It is merely concealed by Wilson's expertly suave and deft management. This in itself is hardly surprising. Even without the imminence of a general election, it is unlikely that the habits of open debate and democracy would have been relearned immediately. What is much more disquieting is that this temps mort inside the party is rapidly being consecrated as an ideal state, under the slogan of party unity. If a Labour government is elected, the mystique of unity, the pressure for responsibility while a Labour government is in power, and Wilson's own political authority will make for a formidable combination against the revival of a vital, critical democracy within the party. It is all too easy to imagine the reduction of Labour Party conferences to little more than enthusiastic demonstrations of loyalty, with occasional, muted expressions of dissent. This prospect is clearly in contradiction with the very notion of a progress towards socialism. The left must resist it unconditionally. But it cannot do so abstractly. Its resistance will only be successful if it takes the form of a program of coherent and concrete demands in advance of the official objectives of the party, demands which impose themselves as living issues within the labor movement. This is not the place for any full-length discussion of what such a program should be. But some elements in it can perhaps very briefly be suggested. A general remark should be made first. It is useless for the left to put forward purely voluntarist demands, which have no point of insertion into the political context of Britain in 1964. Abstract maximalism of this kind is, in the current situation, wholly sterile. On the contrary, at every point the left should try to press demands which are firmly rooted in the present problems and perspectives of the labor movement, but which creatively prolong and surpass them. This is the only way in which socialist ideas and objectives will become the political currency of the Labour Party. What does this imply, in practical terms? There are at least three sectors in which an obvious application suggests itself. This article may conclude with a rapid evocation of them. 23. 14. Social priorities and democratic mobilization. The first task of the left, of course, is to fight over the whole range of domestic and foreign issues for a maximum implementation of Labour's existing program. The room for different applications of Labour's mandate is, as has been seen, so wide that this will be the immediate obligation of the left if and when a Labour government is formed. This means an attack all along the line, on every issue. In public ownership, in land, in housing, in transport, in pensions, in education and in foreign policy, unrelenting pressure must be exerted to ensure that the radical and not the right-wing interpretation is adopted. In every field, this involves a critical contest with national or international capitalism. This will require a tremendous effort in itself. But the left cannot rest there. In addition to all this, it must press for the creation of new democratic institutions to carry out Labour's social program. Officially, at least, this promises to reorient the whole industrial environment away from the inhuman mechanisms of profit and towards human needs. Without the participation and control of the people concerned, this program will inevitably end in paternalism, if it is carried out at all. For there to be a genuine advance towards socialism, the stifling urban limbo of contemporary England must be recovered by the people who live and die in it, not merely ameliorated for them. The only way to ensure this is the creation of local democratic institutions, above all regionally, for the operation and renovation of the economic and social services of each area. In particular, democratically elected regional assemblies are a key objective. Wilson has called for the virtues of political irreverence and iconoclasm, and declared that, "We want a Britain in which everyone, not a small clique or class, feel themselves to be part of a process of new policy making, of taking national decisions, where every home, every club, every pub is its own parliament in miniature, thrashing out the issues of the day." We want a Britain where the ideas and efforts of its citizens are more important to the government than day-to-day ups and downs in public opinion polls or on the stock exchange. For this rhetoric to become a reality, concrete steps will have to be taken. Only the left could force a Labour government to do so. The whole texture of British political life, which is now essentially reduced to remote, ritualised debates in a national parliament, mediated by the anonymity of press and television to millions of atomised spectators, will have to be immeasurably enriched and transformed. A dense network of intermediary agencies and institutions is an absolute necessity for this. It alone can create a concrete civic democracy in place of an abstract and formal one. The struggle of the left for an authentic democracy within the Labour Party must, then, rejoin a struggle for democracy within British society as a whole. The same leverage can serve it for both. Party unity would be even more to a Labour government than to the party leader today. It must be made to pay a price for it, a radical implementation of its social programme and, inseparably, a wide devolution of democracy to carry it out. 15 Workers control the most explosive single political issue under a Labour government. 24. Is likely to be its incomes policy. This is the crunch on which all its other plans and programs depend. It is the one time bomb which no amount of dexterity or evasion can painlessly defuse. What should socialist attitudes be towards a Labour government's incomes policy? Numerous voices on the left have suggested that the unions should be prepared to accept an incomes policy which guarantees them a real wage increase of perhaps 20% or over 4-5 years, plus the increase in their real income from the benefits of Labour's social programme. This looks like a perfectly defensible policy. It overlooks, however, one fundamental fact. Trade union freedom of action is not simply an economic asset, a way of achieving a higher standard of living, which can therefore be bartered for a guaranteed rise in real wages. It is a political asset in its own right, of priceless value. For however limited the official credo of trade union leaders has been, the reality is that in Britain, as in every other Western European country, the socio-political identity of the working class is first and foremost incarnated in its trade unions. The very existence of a trade union de facto asserts the unbridgeable difference between capital and labor within a capitalist society. It embodies the refusal of the working class to become incorporated into that society on its own terms. Thus the integration of the trade unions into the state machinery in the long run threatens to extinguish working class consciousness and autonomy within a framework of neo-capitalism. As such, it must be resisted, no matter what apparently favorable economic bargain is offered as a counterpart. The two things on exchange are not of the same order. Does this mean that the unions should a priori refuse any discussion of incomes policy? By no means. To advocate such a policy would in any case be utopian, since all the major unions are committed to discussions with a Labour government. What it does mean is that they should demand as a priority, not greater wage increases, but measures of workers' control. For workers' control is the only negotiable exchange for an incomes policy, it alone offers a genuine counterpart powers and not pence. The sacrifice of trade union autonomy to the state which is involved in an incomes policy could only be compensated by the gain in return of decisively increased autonomy and control for the workers in the plant. There is no space here to discuss the successive modes of workers' control that could be envisaged. It is, however, abundantly clear by now from a wide range of international experience that workers' control is not a utopian myth, but is an eminently practicable political goal, above all in a country with as skilled and mature a working class as Britain. A crucial first step could be, as Tony Topham has recently suggested, the institutionalized right of shop stewards and trade union officials to have access to company books, and thus to administer the provisions of the incomes policy regulating profits. 12. Control over work speeds, introduction of new equipment, hiring and firing, welfare and recreation, are other preliminary objectives. These aims should be made an urgent, immediate target of the left. They are here and now on the agenda of British socialism. Once again, it must be stressed that the left has a real chance of achieving these aims because they can be grounded in an independent, imperative necessity for a Labour government. It has been seen how the entire political future of a Labour government is at stake in its program for economic growth. Nothing could bring this program to a complete halt faster than a refusal by the unions to accept any form of wage restraint. The potential political leverage of the unions will thus be enormous, if it is used lucidly and unflinchingly. The unions are, in fact, the one force on the left that a Labour government cannot, under any circumstances, trifle with. This force must be applied creatively, not simply to pursue traditional claims, but to make a historic entry into a whole new area of demands, the achievement by the industrial working class of control over the conditions and ends of their work. 16. Culture. The Labour Party at present has no official program of any seriousness in the field of culture and communications. Wilson's speeches have made no reference to them. A single paragraph in The Relevance of British Socialism discusses the subject, finishing with a call for more stadia and cinder tracks. It might seem, then, that pressure from the left for a coherent cultural policy would have little or no purchase on the preoccupations of a Labour government, and as such be vain. In reality, the picture is likely to look very different if a Labour government is elected. For this will have demonstrated that we are now at a point when it is no longer viable even in terms of short-run self-interest for a government in Britain to offer a purely materially oriented administration. But even apart from this, two highly successful and internationally renowned examples have already shown how politically effective a government's cultural policy can be. It is clear that a significant part of Kennedy's immense prestige and popularity in the United States and in the West generally was due to his carefully created image as a contemporary Maecenas, a patron of the arts who was surrounded by the most distinguished thinkers and men of letters in America. The glamour of the new frontier owed much to this. A second and less factitious success has been that of the Gaullist regime in France. De Gaulle's unique national and international position, due in the first instance to his defiance of America, also rests on a very skillful exploitation of the traditional éclat and authority of French culture. Within France, the cultural policy of the regime has not been limited simply by the simulacrum of a polished court around the head of state, but has taken the form of an extensive program of civic renovation, theatrical subventions, establishment of cultural centers in working-class areas, etc. The inspiration here too remains visibly paternalist. Culture has become an instrument of the neo-capitalist state. The lesson will not be lost. A Labour government, mindful of the ruinous defeats ultimately inflicted on the Attlee administration because of its austerity, the bleak narrowness of outlook that always characterized it, and well aware of the precedent of the new frontier, would almost certainly attempt some kind of cultural presence. Left to itself, it is all too likely that this would be a British version of the American and French experience, worthier, duller, and more bien-pensant, no doubt, but in essence the same. This prospect must be resolutely combated. At the same time, however, the 26. necessity of a cultural policy for a Labour government offers a great opportunity to the left. Its solid, substantial work over the last decade in the field of communications and culture has put it in a very strong position to reject a paternalist program in favor of genuinely socialist solutions. The principles and broad outlines of these solutions, in the cinema, in the press, in publishing, in advertising, in the theatre, in television, have already been eloquently presented, notably by Raymond Williams. The fundamental conception that the means of communication should be held in trust by the community for the producers themselves must constitute the basis for any left program. Specific, immediate objectives, which are entirely feasible within the lifetime of a Labour government, should include the creation of publicly owned cinema studios and distribution circuits, a chain of public bookshops linked to public libraries in all major towns, institution of a serious, independent press council, the establishment of a nationwide network of quality centers for the scientific comparison and evaluation of competing commercial products, implementation of the Pilkington recommendations on television. The fullest freedom for producers to create, and the fullest free availability of works for the community to experience, must be the aims of a socialist policy for culture. They divide it absolutely from the capitalist organization of culture, in which the market alone is free, the men creators or consumers immured. The struggle for a liberated culture today is not in any sense a secondary or supplementary one. It is inseparable from the notion of socialism itself. The culture of a society is its consciousness of itself. In the advanced capitalist countries of our time, consciousness is the condition of any meaningful social change. There are few areas where capitalism will resist as tenaciously and ferociously as in the fields of communications. A profound battle will have to be fought to overcome it. Public ownership, social priorities, civic democracy, workers' control, a liberated culture, all these involve conflict, an inescapable confrontation with capitalism, and a lasting defeat of it. The chances of the left are now tangible. It will take the utmost courage and imagination to seize them. September 21, 1964. 27.